Test, test. Good evening, everyone. Congressman, thank you for being here.
Okay, can everyone please be seated?
Finally there is one thing I know they didn't make me do.
That was a nightmare.
How you doing?
For our age,
Just so I know the green line is
bomb was dropped on us.
it's a hot mic.
I actually heard you talking to one of the tables and your knowledge of the water system and fire.
Hot mic's always on.
All you need to do is run. The public would recognize really can.
Everybody please be seated.
I saw it.
Test, test.
Everyone, the meeting's about to begin. If you could find a seat. If you cannot find a seat in the room, we ask you to go to the overflow space in the library. If anyone has an extra seat, please raise your hand so someone can join you. Otherwise, our staff will be happy to assist you in overflow in the library. We will have the meeting live streamed, and you'll have the opportunity to speak.
Good evening. Thank you all for joining us tonight for this important discussion. My name is Alexis Brown, and I am the Deputy City Manager for the City of Malibu, and I'm going to walk us through the format for tonight's town hall. First, we'll introduce the agencies that are represented here on stage, as well as our elected officials. After introductions, we will hear a brief operational overview from a few key agencies that you see here to my right. Sorry, staying on the mic here. That includes FEMA, Cal OES, EPA, Army Corps of Engineers, CAL FIRE, SBA, and our Sheriff's Department. Following those overviews, we will open this to the floor to hear from you. To ensure tonight's meeting is productive and respectful, the following are some of the ground rules. For the speaker sign-up process, if you'd like to speak during tonight's meeting, please scan the QR code that was provided at the entrance. You may also approach any of those individuals holding iPads to assist with signing up for the speaking tonight. Time limits will be assessed once we have the number of speakers lined up, and we will announce the time limit for each speaker before we begin the public comment and question portion. This ensures everyone has the opportunity to be heard. Please be courteous and respectful to all participants, including your fellow residents. Disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. We ask that all comments remain constructive and relevant to recovery efforts. If you're unable to speak tonight, or if your question requires additional follow-up, you can submit your question using the electronic web form. Representatives here on stage and within the city will work to provide answers after the meeting if we're unable to address your questions here. Please remember that tonight's meeting is to hear from you. It's designed to provide residents the opportunities to ask questions of these agencies represented here directly. As part of the run of show, we will first hear the brief operational overview, but I would like to address those who have joined us this evening. Congressman Brad Sherman, Assemblymember Jackie Irwin, Supervisor Horvath, in addition to our City Council, Mayor Stewart, Mayor Pro Tem Marianne Riggins, Councilmember Bruce Silverstein, Councilmember Steve Euring, Councilmember Halen Conrad, our Acting City Manager Joe Toney, our City Attorney Trevor Russin, Tara Fitzgerald from the US EPA, FEMA, Colonel Swenson, and I apologize if I mispronounce anyone's name up here, Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Small Business Administration, Cal OES, California Coastal Commission, California Department of Insurance, Captain C2 with the LA County Sheriff's Department, Dr. Shelton, Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, LA County Public Works Director, Mark Pastrella, Southern California Edison, our CAL FIRE Incident Commander, LA County Fire Department. We thank you all for being here tonight, and we appreciate your cooperation. Mayor Stewart, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy City Manager. I want to echo the comments that she just made. We're very grateful for all of you being here, and I really appreciate the people up here on the stage with us this afternoon. It's a real bringing together the best people to answer your questions and get direction. I want to say this is not about the people around the dais. We're not going to have opening remarks. We're not going to spend a lot of time talking about things that aren't important to you. I've mentioned when we put this format together, I said the format needs to be, what about me? And that means you. So we want to answer your questions and hear from you and get your suggestions. And we also want you to know that afterwards you can buttonhole some of these people, and if you got more questions, they'll answer them. We'll try to get many of them done during the session up here. But this is about you and answering your questions and helping you out. So we do have a few people that are going to have to run to other events. So if someone vacates the dais up here, just know that they're going to more than one event this afternoon. So we'll try and get to any questions they may have early on if we can. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy City Manager, and who's up first?
For a quick overview, I would like to ask our first CAL FIRE, and then we will work our way down to. So just operational overview as to the role and current status, and then we'll just move down the line until we get to FEMA there on the end.
Well, thank you. My name is Jim Hudson. I'm the Incident Commander with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 and part of the unified command structure for this incident that includes the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles County Fire Department, LAPD, and LA Fire Department. So I'm sure you've all been tracking the statistics and our progress on this fire, but I'll go through them real shortly and talk about some of the actions that we've been taking for the last 2 weeks, as there hasn't been as much smoke or fire activity. As we sit today, we're sitting at just 23,448 acres. We have not seen really any fire growth in the last 2 weeks. We're at 81% contained, and we're sitting at just over 2,000 personnel right now. At the peak of this incident, between first responders and support personnel, we had 6,000 people supporting this incident. We still maintain a heavy posture on this incident. It's important to note that though we haven't seen a lot of fire activity, we've been heavily engaged in what we call initial protective actions. And what that has been is working on the interior footprint of the fire for make-safe operations in conjunction with a lot of the speakers that you'll hear tonight. What we've been doing as the fire department is, from the fire side and law enforcement side, is coordinating meetings that can lead to the repopulations we've seen. It is a process that we go through on a daily basis. We've been in the repopulation discussions since the second day of the fire. So that is something we start immediately. That is the standard that we have with our incident management teams. In coordination with that, we've had ongoing damage inspection. We've had over 25 damage inspection teams in the field. They're 97% complete. And when we talk about the damage inspections teams on the fire department or state fire marshal side, that is the official numbers. We talked early in this incident specifically with Captain C2 about doing windshield surveys, and that has been on the forward-facing websites that you've seen. But as it's completed, as the inspectors go through, they will go through and say this was an outbuilding, this was a garage, this was a shed, this was a residence. So that is the final report that you will see as it comes out too. Been a lot of conversation about the weather the last couple days, that we are monitoring that. The third day of the incident, we requested what we call a watershed emergency response team, and they've been doing modeling and analysis of the soils and the areas and the terrain, and working on thresholds for potential runoff. There is a OES watershed response team here as well that's being supported by CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 5, so you actually have 2 CAL FIRE Incident Management teams working at Azuma Beach right now. And we're working on thresholds that could provide concern to it or cause concern, and staying ahead of those as well. So those have been going on since the second day of the incident as well. I'd invite Captain C2 or Chief Smith to any remarks that you'd like to have, but that is an overview of the entire incident command structure. What Unified Command is, I like to explain it, even though that we have 5 entities involved with CAL FIRE, the counties, and the city agencies, that it is one set of objectives, one plan that we bring forth on a daily basis with all our agencies to ensure coordination. So.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm really happy to try to get some information and guidance to all you folks that have been catastrophically impacted due to this crazy, terrible fire. It's a beautiful city, and it's my first time visiting here. I'm from Northern California and have been up there a long time, my entire life. I want to make sure everyone understands that our goal here at SBA, the U.S. Small Business Administration, and our disaster authority is to help homeowners and renters in disaster rebuilding and recovery. We help homeowners by offering small business loans. We offer homeowners loans to repair and replace their primary residence up to $500,000. Now that is for anything that's uninsured or underinsured. And so you can get insurance money to rebuild, but we can add up to $500,000 to help you get as close to pre-disaster condition as possible. Renters and homeowners can borrow up to $100,000 for personal property losses. It can include an automobile. Again, anything that's uninsured or underinsured. The first step in federal recovery is to register with FEMA. And most of you probably have done so. You have a FEMA number, but that registration can be done online at disasterassistance.gov. We work, again, hand in hand with FEMA. You can call their helpline number and register, or talk about your case at 800-621-FEMA, 800-621-3362. As far as SBA goes, of course, we help businesses of all sizes, up to $2 million of low-interest funds to replace and repair physical damages. As well, we can offer small businesses up to $2 million, or a combination of physical loss money and what we call economic injury disaster loans, or it's working capital cash flow, because a lot of businesses need to pay their lease still. They need to maybe try to keep employees. They need to rebuild and rebuy inventory of equipment, and those physical loans and the economic injury can be combined in one application for a business owner. Individual sole proprietor businesses that might have home-based businesses can talk to us as well. Our staff is at all of the recovery centers, the 2 major recovery centers in Pasadena at the community college and at the UCLA Research Park location on Pico Boulevard. We are helping people walk through the face-to-face the application. We also have some smaller disaster loan outreach center. We call them SBA. They're primarily SBA only, and business recovery centers that are a little quieter, smaller operation without the great help from all the county and state organizations that are at the big DRCs. Those are disaster recovery centers. We are at these small centers with the same staff that can help you apply and return documents that are requested and work face-to-face to get your questions answered. So my biggest advice here is for everyone that was impacted to register with FEMA. You probably have, hopefully, and follow up with FEMA on your case as far as housing issues and things that they really do a great job helping folks start the recovery process. Our goal is to recover on a more of a long-term basis with low-interest loans. And I said low-interest loans, and you might wonder, they're how low are they? Well, in this disaster, it's a fixed rate. The vast majority of homeowners and renters would be offered a loan at 2.563 fixed rate, up to 30-year term. The businesses would be offered 4% up to a 30-year term, and private nonprofit organizations 3.625. And I'm going to end it real quick and say, take the step, keep that option open. You can apply, no cost to apply, no obligation to accept any funds. You can also tell us, I need to put it on hold because we got to get a permit and I'm not sure when we can hire someone. But we can put it aside, we call it withdrawal it, but your application is still ready to go in the system, and all you have to do is provide the additional information, call us and send in or fax in a letter or upload it on our system and say, I'd like to pursue the application. If you do get approved, and many of you would get approved, and we've already approved over $100 million of low interest loans, the vast majority are for homeowners and renters. We've offered these loans and people will take them as they need the funds. We can get money to you before the insurance settles, before your claim has given you any money. If you later recover fully from insurance, you can pay the loan off, and there's absolutely no interest on the first 12 months. Once you've gotten some money from us, no interest accrues for 12 months. No payment is required for 12 months. So in certain cases, if you fully recover from insurance, you can have spent that money, get it from the insurance, pay us off, and not have any interest whatsoever. We don't turn down loans that don't have enough equity or collateral if they have other loans. These are loans, and those individuals that may have had a Woolsey Fire loan or they have a business loan through SBA, this would be a separate loan, but just because you have a loan with us already doesn't mean you can't get a loan. Many people had to get COVID loans, a lot of small businesses just to survive that terrible time. And now here we are hit in your beautiful area with another terrible catastrophic incident. But we can try to make you qualify by looking at your business before the disaster hit. We can also look at this differently than a bank, and these again are fixed rates. So please take one step at a time with FEMA. It's a traumatic incident here. People are suffering and dealing with a lot of chaos in their lives. But please keep in mind and pass it on to your neighbors and friends. These are government, it's your tax dollars at work. So in that, I'll stop now, and sorry for talking too long.
Good evening. My name is Elijah Owen. I'm the alternate state coordinating officer working on the recovery process out of the Joint Field Office in Pasadena with my partners here at FEMA, at this table, and local government leaders. We're coordinating a whole of government approach at the Joint Field Office, which includes things like standing up schools task forces to make sure we're looking at the damage done to the schools and how quickly we can help and fix those and get temporary facilities and things like that. Housing issues, infrastructure, watershed mitigation efforts, as well as the debris removal. We've coordinated a whole of government approach across all those efforts, and we'll talk about that more in detail tonight. Help is available at california.gov/LA Fires for a good resource for all encompassing things that we've started to catalog up there, including fact sheets and where to go to register for help, in addition to registering for disasterassistance.gov. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tara Fitzgerald with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. The U.S. EPA was tasked by FEMA to conduct Phase 1 household hazardous material removal throughout the residences and now commercial properties in the Palisades and Eaton burn footprints. Phase 1 activities include removing hazardous materials such as pesticides, fuels, things like propane tanks that can propose a risk to returning residents and workers, and also things such as lithium-ion batteries, which continue to pose a risk well after they have been damaged by fire. We are working closely with state and local agencies to coordinate this effort and began our operations on January 16th. We have secured a temporary storage location along PCH that will assist us in temporary storing hazardous materials that were collected from residents and commercial properties. And those materials will be correctly sorted for proper disposal at permitted facilities away from the burn footprint. We are ramping up our activities quickly and plan to be collecting the hazardous materials next week. And we'll be working as quickly as possible to facilitate the recovery process. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Malibu. My name is Colonel Eric Swenson, and I'm here with the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers was asked to be here from FEMA. I work for FEMA here, not dissimilar from the EPA and the Small Business Administration. And we're here for a couple of reasons. One, the main one that you're probably interested in hearing about is private property debris removal. That's an acronym is PPDR. So you're going to hear us talk about private property debris removal. And that requires another acronym, a right of entry, something you'll hear a lot about, and I'm happy to answer questions later about the right of entry process as it relates to the Corps and how we receive those and what that authorizes me to do on your private property. We are here, as I said, working for FEMA, but we work with the state, but really we're here to work with you. You're not our clients, you're not our customers, that's too transactional. We desire to be here and be partners with you to help you remove the hazards from your property. And I'm sure at this time you have more questions than answers when it comes to debris, and we're going to get to that in due time. Just know that we move at the speed of trust, and that's why I'm here today, to build trust with you so that you hopefully will sign up for our program and we can help together get those hazardous materials off of your property and in a proper debris stream, properly stored in a long-term facility and not on your property. A couple things, our watchwords: public safety. We want to ensure the public safety. We're a transparent organization. I will oftentimes speak to you as a property owner. You can be assured that I'm going to give it to you straight. You may not always like what I'm saying, but you're going to know it's from the heart, and we're here to partner with you through this journey. There's going to be bumps in the road, but together we're going to get them, we're going to get through them, and we're going to get you back on a cleared property so that you can start the process of rebuilding and really in building your lives and your livelihoods here in Malibu. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to FEMA and Curtis Brown.
Thank you, Colonel. My name is Curtis Brown. I'm the Federal Coordinating Officer to oversee the federal response for this disaster. As the Colonel said, we are here with our hearts. And so with that said, we have 500 staff deployed throughout the two disasters in Pasadena, covering the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire. We have staff here tonight integrated into the crowds. And so if you see someone with the FEMA logo on their shirt, ask them specific questions. And we also have staff outside, applicant services staff, disaster survivor assistance staff, to be able to help register folks. I'll mention the 1-800-621-3362 number again, as SBA did a couple times. And then I'll also mention you can register for FEMA at disasterassistance.gov or by downloading the FEMA app. Look forward to your questions tonight. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have a minute and a half for public comments. All right. It's hard to tell which mic is on or not. We're going to have a minute and a half for public comments, but I wanted you to make sure that you heard from the people that can help you directly. And these 5 or 6 people over here that from FEMA, SBA, and so forth, one of the key things we've heard from other town hall meetings is financial support and guidance about debris removal are critical. So please use that resource and talk to them. They'll be here afterwards. We're not going to let anybody get out of here that's important to talk to you until they've finished everybody from Malibu that needs to be spoken with. All right, we've got your cars impounded. All right. We also have people outside who are not able to come in. We have an overflow room at the library. If you're outside and you want to attend, please go to the library where you can join us there. All right, so a minute and a half on public comments.
As I call your name, if you will please line up, there is a mic over on the right side of the room. Parker, I'm going to ask you to raise your hand out there. If you will queue up behind the mic, I'm going to call in orders of 3 so you can make your way down to the microphone. First up, I have John Dirmijan, and I apologize if I do not pronounce anyone's name correctly or incorrectly, Lisa Guerrero, and Terry Davis. John, Lisa, and Terry.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody who's here tonight and for your support for all of us who've had losses in Malibu. Especially, I'd like to thank Assemblymember Jackie Irwin because she's been very helpful in guiding me through this process. I'd like to ask a question of FEMA, and that is about the debris removal. So the California Fair Plan informed me last week that we have the option of either choosing the state to do the debris removal or we could do it privately through a contractor. And so I'd like to know how you coordinate that. For example, I live on a group where there's a bunch of duplexes, about maybe 10 of them. And so how do you do it if only some of them want to do the private removal versus the state doing it? How do you protect certain areas, and do you stop at certain places? If you could address that, thank you.
I'll let the Colonel talk about that process. Thank you.
So thank you for your question. So the first thing we need to determine is eligibility, since you're in a duplex. So that would be the first thing we would work out, assuming that you're eligible. Because it's a duplex and the units are joined, you would have to either both opt in or you'd have to both opt out of the program. So residents who've had a eligible loss to this fire have two options. You opt into the program, PPDR, private property debris removal, or you opt out and you do it on your own with a contractor, but you follow a very stringent set of guidelines that will be established by local government so that the end state is the same, whether we do it or you do it. The hazards have been removed from the property and the public health threat has been removed. So in your particular case, we'd have to look at the eligibility first, and then if eligible, you have to work with your partner in the next unit over, and you'd have to agree on how you're going to do it. I mean, obviously, my goal when I come to a fire disaster is that everyone opts in to the program, because if you opt into our program, when we're done, you're done, and we take all of the stress away. And the local government doesn't have to administer the program and spend resources that they could otherwise spend on long-term recovery for the community. But ultimately, it's the decision of the impacted survivor. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Next, Lisa Guerrero, Terry Davis, and Andrew Wyman.
Hi, I'm Lisa Guerrero. My partner and I bought a house 6 months ago in La Costa, and we are one of the lucky ones that have survived. The structure is there, but we're on a hill. And so I guess my question is about timing when it comes to debris removal. The bottom of our retaining wall has been burned down. Whoever built it originally, it was built of wood. And so we have a hill that does not have any structure to retain the mud if there's a storm tonight. So we want to be responsible owners and make sure that we build a retaining wall or rebuild it correctly. So the question is really about timing, when we can get in, when that toxic debris or soil can be removed so that we can get in and start our repairs and make our neighbors safe from our hill. And hopefully our neighbors above will be doing the same thing. So timing and how and where owners can get in and do this as quickly as possible given the rain.
Has CAL FIRE repopulated Malibu yet?
Well, CAL FIRE is not the agency that's
Okay.
responsible for it, but I can talk about the process. So as the fire began, it was all about fire safety, and now the fire department is really trending towards the bottom of a repopulation. So the process has been ongoing. It's daily. I don't know the specific area. Captain C2 has been working and her staff as well diligently with the repopulation. Really what it comes down to is it's safe to enter due to either utilities or infrastructure. But as far as the debris removal, I'd have to pass that question on the specific property.
This is Director Mark Pistrella from Los Angeles County Public Works. I can answer the question generally that once you've repopulated into the area and you have that situation where there's other structures like a retaining wall that needs repair, once your building and safety department has given you a green tag and you're in the property, that's typically the time you can start to do repairs. Of course, it has to be safe to re-enter, and I don't know if our repop team is here that would, and I don't know your circumstance and whether or not you've been authorized to return to the home. So that's part of the question. Then your building department is here represented. They could answer the timing and permitting requirements for the reconstruction of the wall you're talking about.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, all areas in the Malibu Lost Hills jurisdiction.
Mike?
Dang, my light was on. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. So in the Malibu Lost Hills jurisdiction, we have repopulated residents only. Currently, there's a lot of work being done on PCH, and as you know, we're preparing for the rains. So we are working with utilities and road crews. At this point, we are allowing residents only, and then if the residents would like to bring in their insurance adjuster, they can bring in their insurance adjuster with them and bring them to their residence and go out. So we're just trying to make sure that we get this work done, and that is what the utilities and road crews have requested at this time.
Okay, so Rob Dubois, the Public Works Director, is there talking to the person to give an individual answer to the question.
Terry Davis, Andrew Wayman, followed by Cecilia Soto Lotus.
Good afternoon. I'm Terry Davis. I'm president of the Big Rock Mesa Property Owners Association. I'm not here specifically with questions, but we've been asked repeatedly in terms of what our particular needs are. And I'd like to quickly just run through a couple of those. We've worked very closely with Yolanda Bundy for months and months and months, and we do hope and support that Yolanda Bundy takes the lead in all of these rebuilds. We request the presence of the LA County Fire Department in our officers as reviewers as we reopen to the public. This is critical. The city has unique needs when it comes to rebuilding, and very specific codes must be followed. We also need a dedicated senior fire department chief that can guide and lead this rebuild effort. Chief Duvali worked very closely with our residents during the Woolsey rebuild efforts, and his background, understanding, as well as his trust of residents and staff, and his institutional knowledge of Malibu would be a perfect match for us, we feel. We also need accountability and responsiveness from the fire department plan check reviewers. Phone calls are not usually returned with the very low levels of staffing at the Calabasas office. We also need an in-person process with a dedicated team, decoupling from any other planning issues, and also decoupling the coast needs with the inland needs. Thank you, and I'll... Oh.
Working. Oh, there we go. The light's on both times. So my name's Anthony Maroney. I'm the fire chief of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. To answer your question in general, yes, we're going to be there with you through this rebuild process. Chief Duvali has been assigned as our rebuild coordinator. So he's going to be the czar for this because of his experience with the Woolsey rebuild. And I'll make sure that I get the message to our fire prevention engineering assistants at the Malibu One Stop that they need to be returning phone calls. That's not appropriate. I'm not going to stand for it. And it was very clear last night at the meeting at Fire Station 69 that residents want Phase 1 and Phase 2 to occur as quickly as possible, so those that have the financial ability can start the rebuild process just as soon as possible. It's not fair to ask everybody to wait 18 months before you can even start.
Andrew Wyman, Cecilia Soto Lotus, James Sarantinos.
Hi, thank you all for being here. I too live in the Big Rock Mesas area. I too want to endorse Yolanda Bundy. She's been a tremendous help to the city. There's one thing in common with all the recent fires, and that's MRCA. MRCA property has been involved in every one of these fires, going back to Woolsey, going back to the more recent fires. I don't understand why we have to repeat history like this, where brush clearance is not done, and it's apparent to me that that needs attention. And just picking up on what Terry said, Epic LA, the electronic submittals turnaround times exceed 21-day working days. This is not a streamlined process. And having an in-person process with a dedicated team is essential. Computer programs can be used to follow up the process of the rebuilds as efficiently as possible, but we need human contact, human beings who are familiar with our different neighborhoods and different needs. We have to simplify this process. It's critical for the city to survive. We need older citizens who have the experience and wisdom. We need young families in here repopulating, keeping our schools vital, and keeping our tax rolls strong. Thank you.
Cecilia Lotus, followed by James Sarantinos. Oh, sorry.
If I could jump in real quick, thank you, Alexis. We are in total agreement. We want to streamline and make the process as smooth as possible, and we are already in the process of standing up an in-person office that'll be on the City Hall campus so that we have that in-person touch and try to provide a strong team to support everybody as much as possible. So we are hopeful to have that up and running here in the next week.
I also want to mention that this week, there we are again. I want to mention that this week the legislature approved $2.5 billion in aid, but specifically Assemblymember Haribian and I asked for $4 million, and this is just initial to expedite planning, and that'll be for the County of LA, the City of LA, and Malibu. And if these processes are stood up quickly and they look like they're working, we certainly will ask for more money at the state level.
Hold on one second. The chief would like to speak.
No, I think there was another set of questions asked after the gentleman spoke about MRCA and Epic LA. So I'd like to just give you my opinion on MRCA and Epic LA. We are working with the other 3 permitting agencies, and Director Pastrella and I are trying to make Epic LA better, but I hear you. Sometimes that human connection is what's needed, and it's not, everything is not gonna be an electronic transaction. And 21 days, we have to do better than that. But we are having a meeting next week regarding Epic LA, and we're gonna have to streamline it. So that'll be one of the first things that I address. Regarding MRCA and their involvement, it's a great organization that buys land and prevents building. However, I've spoken about this before, we have to prevent community conflagrations from occurring. We have to do 3 things. I'll start at the home. When people rebuild, and people who have existing buildings, we need those homes to be hardened. You need fire-resistant roofs, fire-resistant siding, boxed-in eaves, and ember-resistant attic vents. You need defensible space. We have to ask the scientists, is our current defensible space standard appropriate after 20 years of a changing climate? Because those defensible space requirements have been in existence for a very long time, and we never used to have a fire season this long and fires that are this difficult to extinguish with weather patterns that we haven't experienced in the past. I was born in Los Angeles. I've never seen winds like we had on January 7th in my 62 years in LA. The last thing is we need to manage our fire ecosystem, and just letting things grow and not doing any brush clearance or brush thinning creates a situation that when the fire starts, there are so many tons per acre of dead vegetation that it is impossible for us to put it out. So we have to look at how we're managing the forest and our ecosystem in the hills, because just having it, we've removed natural fire from the environment because we attack every fire and try to keep it less than 10 acres. But we all know 150 years ago here in Los Angeles, before there were really organized fire departments, brush fires burned in the hills naturally, and it was a burn-grow cycle over millions of years. We've now taken out the burn cycle, and all we have is a grow cycle. Then we have a changing climate, which put us into a 5-year drought, followed by 2 years of torrential rains, and now we're back in the drought cycle. So we have to do a better job with the fire ecosystem or the mountains and the vegetation that we see. Thank you.
Cecilia, followed by James Sarantinos and Kosh Arno.
All right. Hi, my name is Cecilia. I'm a little nervous out here, but I like to address two things. One, I want to thank everyone for being here and for your dedication to our community. And the other thing that I like to say is I want to, I see many of my neighbors and community members here, and I just want to say my heart is broken for what you're going through if you're experiencing loss. But the two things that I want to talk about are the next fire that's coming up, and I want to talk about Malibu urgent care. I want to talk about the next fire that's coming up. There's a lot of eucalyptus trees out there, and because my neighbor has eucalyptus trees, that puts my person in danger and my property in danger. And so I hope that this group of people, the city council and the state, will consider some sort of incentive for community members to address the eucalyptus trees. And the other thing I want to address is community Malibu urgent care. Their dedication to our community goes beyond the walls of the urgent care center. They have been open throughout the Palisades fire. They did not close their doors. They treated people that had injuries. They treated firemen with fire-related injuries. And the lab that picks up the specimens from the urgent care center is no longer coming to Malibu because PCH is closed. So the two doctors have taken it upon themselves, Dr. Katz and Dr. Pike, to drive from Malibu through one of the canyons that happens to be open to the 101, to the 405, to the 10 on their own time to deliver these specimens. And case in point, there was a patient whose results came back septic the next day. Had Dr. Katz had a flat tire or a personal emergency at home, that specimen would have never made it to St. John's, and that patient would not be alive today. So I like to get a commitment from the various organizations here, the Sheriff's Department, the Army, maybe the Fire Department as well, to let these doctors through some of the checkpoints. And I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but sometimes these doctors have been able to talk their way through these checkpoints, but that doesn't work all the time. So can we get these doctors through, please?
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your question. Can you please, I do know the Malibu urgent care doctors. I will get in touch with them. Please have them reach out to me, and we're happy to do escorts.
Who's next?
James.
Hello, if I could respectfully ask to speak after Joe Drummond. I think there may have been a little mix-up in the order of who's speaking.
We're going by order that it's been populated on the speaker list. So following James Sarantinos, there's Kosh Arno, Wade Major, Colin Drummond.
Okay, well, then we'll go to it. I'm a resident of Big Rock. Joe and her family are recently returning from a vacation in India where they were when the fire broke out. And their son of 19, Thomas, was at home. And there were a lot of miscommunications that were happening within just the whole network of things. But rather than go on about that, there is a list of things that Big Rock is requesting for the City Council to immediately pursue. Number one, the MRCA needs to be disbanded by the state and remove Joe Edmiston. We also need to transfer control of the land to the Chumash or state parks with a mandate to prioritize clearing defensible spaces to ultimately protect not only us, but the wildlife they must preserve. Number two, negotiate with LA County to reduce property tax allotments from the massive 93% we pay to at least 80% to fund a dedicated fire department and community brigade to supplement Malibu. Pepperdine has seemed to have done this, and it works out fine for them with no major burns to the property. Underground power lines immediately to prevent future fire risks. Ensure generators and water pipes are equipped with fire-resistant materials to avoid failures during emergencies. Establish a comprehensive alarm system for all residents in Malibu to prevent delays in evacuation.
Thank you. Your time, we need to stay with a minute and a half, please.
Okay, well,
thank you.
There you have it. Thank you.
I will pass on your comments regarding property taxes to Assessor Prang and make sure that he is getting this information for any questions or concerns about property tax assessment. I will make sure are relayed to him.
Kosh Arno, Wade Major, Colin Drummond.
My name is Arno Koch. I'm also a member of the Big Rock community. I stayed the night of the fires at my home and tried to defend it with 2 garden hoses, which worked pretty well over the course of the night. Next morning, the water pressure dropped, and I had to watch it burn. And my question is, as I was all alone in that community at night, and I see that the overwhelming members of that community want to rebuild their properties, how do I know that next time the fire department will be present and help me defend my home, and I'm not just putting up tinder this time?
You know
let's,
what?
hold on. Wait your turn, please. Excuse me, everybody, let's, one speaker at a time.
Okay, so I'll address the fire resources and the fact that you didn't have a fire truck on your street, sir. I believe you, because we don't have enough fire trucks to put one on every street. That's the unfortunate truth. I'd like... Yeah, no, I understand. Please remember, we did everything we could to prepare and upstaff prior to any fire ever starting. We responded to LA City to assist them in the Palisades fire. Unfortunately, the fire burned into LA County. It got to your street and we weren't there. I believe you, I hear you. But please, we don't have enough fire trucks in all of Los Angeles to put one on every street. We also responded to the Eaton fire, which destroyed 9,000 structures and killed 17 people, and we responded to the Hearst fire. That was we had 4 fires that day. We've never had these winds. This fire was different. This was a community conflagration where fire moved from home to home to home. I could give direction and offer to the board a staffing plan that would be, we couldn't fund it. We could put more fire stations in the Santa Monica Mountains, and we could put 5 fire trucks at every one of those stations, and it still might not be enough. But there's a cost to that. And unfortunately, our property tax at 1% does not support it. If we wanted to go to 1.25 or 1.5 and identify that 0.5% increase for fire, but we're living in fire-prone areas. And I never thought that some of the areas that burned during the Palisades fire were in fire-prone areas, and I never believed that Altadena, that the community a mile away from the brush would ever burn because of a brush fire moving into the community and from house to house to house under 90 to 100 mile an hour winds and creating a fire hurricane with red hot embers blowing by our residents and our firefighters, causing fires 6 blocks downwind, even up to a mile or 2 downwind. It was an impossible situation, but I speak for all of my firefighters at LA County Fire Department. In my 39 years, I've never been so proud of what they did those days, trying to save people, trying to defend homes, but we couldn't be everywhere because there's not enough of us. We have 900 firefighters on duty every day. Tuesday morning, we held over the off-going shift. We had 1,800 firefighters. We staffed every available piece of equipment to protect all of LA County, including Malibu and the unincorporated areas. I'm sorry that you lost your home. I truly am sorry. But if there's anybody to blame for that, blame me. Don't blame them, because they put their lives on the line that morning.
The system for waterworks was mentioned, and in my role as the Director of Public Works, I'm the General Manager of the Waterworks 29 here, which serves Malibu and portions of the unincorporated area. And some of you in the audience know me for a long time. I started my career in the Malibu, worked here for many years, and I've lived through many of these incidents with you. I look in the audience, and it never changes. It breaks my heart to see this place be devastated by a fire, not just even one person. It's incredibly hard to come back again, and we've been through this together many times. So what I'm about to say, I think many of you already know. Our Waterworks District system, which is your system here in the Malibu, is designed to fight a structural fire of 1 or 2 large houses in each neighborhood at any given time. It is not designed to support a firefight that includes more than 4 or 5 major structures in a neighborhood at any given time. So when we're in support of the fire department, our strategy is to spread the water, to have people not use the water, to save as much of that tanked water up the hills that we have, and to keep filling those tanks as much as we can to keep up with that demand. Now, Chief Maroney and I are lockstep in the strategy here, and that's essentially the original design is to save lives. The first thing is save lives. And so at the same time, we're trying to save property, as many as we can together. The supply that we have, frankly, for a fire of this size is not adequate. It cannot, nor does Chief have enough apparatus for us to fill. I believe the gentleman who said that his pressure dropped. That makes sense. We are a gravity-fed system here that's pumped up PCH through 2 resilient lines, one for earthquake, we leave dry in case of earthquake, and then the other is charged at all times. Any loss to that supply line, whether it's the pump below or pumping up the hill, will slow the ability for us to fill tanks. Through the years, and as recent as the election of Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, our supervisors have been supportive, and Supervisor Horvath, more than any of the supervisor, is the one that has pushed for more reliability in our system by fulfilling specific projects to make it more reliable. That reliability will not reduce the issue of the system's design. It's a limited design built for structure per the current fire code. And so that is the fact of it. It doesn't change the fact that it seems so opportunistic that one house is up and another isn't. I understand that, and I have personal and work experience to speak to that. I too have lost or had a damaged home in the recent fire in Camarillo, where our house, I was able to be there, and I lost pressure in my hose as well. And it's the same situation in every municipal water system in the United States. What I really, really think we need to do is continue to improve the resiliency not only of our water system for reliability as we have been meaning to do. You know, we put generators in place. For instance, the Topanga pump, Topanga at PCH. We, after the Woolsey fire, made permanent backup generation a part of our system. You paid for that. Supervisor supported it. It came into play big time. Do you know that each generator was put into place? At Topanga and Malibu, for instance, we got the call that fire was on the building at the pump station. We had hardened that station with cinder block, and the pump is encased in it. We moved, we pre-deployed the generation there before the fire, and it was ready to go. Now let me tell you something heroic about our people. We could not get communication to tell whether or not the pump had started. A very heroic individual who works for all of us, who works for me in Waterworks 29, made his way there. Connected and verified the pump was operational. Stayed through the night in the encased pump station to make sure that didn't go down. So you got some heroic people working for you. They're not always known. On the resiliency part as well, Chief did a wonderful job of describing where we need to build with, how we need to rebuild, in compliance with our current codes and more, hardening those structures. I've been looking at a lot of the structures, especially Sunset Mesa. Took a look up there about some of the structures. You'll be interested to see the ones that did survive. They have box eaves. They are of stucco or concrete construction. They had defensible space, a number of them. And it is a testament to that type of construction. So I'm going to encourage all of you, when you rebuild, that we rebuild together in a way that is creating more resiliency in the space of your home, and then also the defensible space. And Supervisor is committed to continuing and is pushing for state and federal funds to create more resiliency and reliability from your Waterworks District system. So that's my answer to that. Again, I just want to end with, here we are again. This is my 38th year. Since '93, I've been up here every fire, and we've been working together. And one thing I know about Malibu, you all come back strong. And this community continues to persist. We don't want to see anybody leave the Malibu that has lost a house. So we're here with you, working together to make sure that you rebuild back in place, maintaining the culture and place of Malibu.
I am confident that the people who are on the front lines fighting this fire, our fire personnel, our sheriff's department, our public works personnel from the county, are second to none and put their best foot forward in every way. And wherever there are questions, you deserve answers. And we have already called for, Supervisor Barger and I at our last board meeting called for an after-action report that includes information on our alert system, on our water system, and all of the actions that we need to assess in order to answer your questions and to make sure we learn from this experience and do better. My very first day as chair of the board, we passed the countywide water plan, which includes investment in countywide water infrastructure. We have aggressively pursued financing and funding from state and federal partners for the scale and scope of systems that would need to address the kinds of challenges that we are facing in a 21st century reality with the climate crisis that we're facing. We are all hands on deck, and we will remain all hands on deck. I hear your anger and frustration, and we will address all of your questions in this after-action process. So please continue to ask the questions, but know that every person who has been on the front lines of this fight is fighting for you and has you in mind in the work that they're doing.
Next speaker.
Wade Major, Colin Drummond, Amy Ablicat.
1, build back quickly without obstacles and with reimbursement for private debris removal. The homes that burned are some of the oldest in our community. Many survivors are in their 80s and 90s. They raised their children in these homes, and they made us a city. We owe them, and we also owe it to our youngest, like my 11-year-old daughter and her friends who have endured trauma for more than half their short lives. We're on the precipice of our own school district, and we cannot allow our student body to disintegrate on the eve of that milestone. 2, decouple rebuilds from the planning department with a dedicated sub-department. 3, break the California Fair Plan death spiral with grants and federally backed loans to cover the gap between insurance payouts and the cost of fire-safe rebuilds. 4, to SCE, time to do away with those hideous, deadly matchsticks you call power poles and take your third world public safety power shutoffs while you're at it. And 5, fuel load. Living next to MRCA-administered land has become increasingly like living next to a hoarder who stacks yellowing newspapers in the house and rusting canisters of gasoline in the backyard. For decades, we've warned that we needed controlled burns, fire road maintenance, and robust resource management. And in return, we get nothing but condescension and vitriol from the slumlord of the Santa Monica Mountains. Joe Edmiston's appetite for acquisition without accountability has done unspeakable harm to these fragile hills. And these hills will not recover for years. The MRCA has had its day. It's time to turn these lands over to state parks and seasoned, responsible professionals. We welcome their leadership and look forward to working with them as partners. Not just Malibu strong, Malibu stronger.
Colin Drummond, Amy Ablicat, Don Schmitz.
I'm honored to serve as a volunteer with the Community Brigade, choosing to assume the risk and responsibility of living in this beautiful but sometimes dangerous city. Tonight, however, I'm not speaking as a brigade member, but as a resident of Big Rock. Tuesday night, 70% of our neighborhood went down, including our home, the place where our kids grew up and where countless treasures are gone forever. From my training recently with the brigade, I know that extreme conditions can turn fire into unstoppable freight trains where life safety trumps structure protection. But in Big Rock, a domino of failures led to our devastation. A failed SCE power line blocked first responders. We ran out of District 29 water as the fire spread. Decades of fuel accumulation of MRC land left untreated due to restrictions or controlled burns not being allowed led to catastrophic energy. And even as a fire-wise community and fire-safe council, we didn't have enough people who hardened their homes. So with all of that going wrong, what can you say about it? This is not a communication failure. This is an infrastructure failure. Big Rock, LA County, and California are not prepared for the new reality that we face. Our homes, our electric grids, water system, and open spaces must meet the challenges head on. Legislators, this is my question to you. What are you going to do about it?
Just a second. Ben or Jackie?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, in the short term, you know, Halian and I were in close touch about concerns in the immediate aftermath of the fire relating to MRCA land. We got them to close all of their property for hiking in the Santa Monica Mountains, and by doing that, that then allowed our sheriff and others to monitor access to make sure that that we didn't have any chance of people going up into the hills and potentially causing another fire. So on the short term, I just want to thank the council and also the sheriff's office for work in this area. We've also spoken extensively about the need for, particularly with regards to Escondido Falls, but I'm hearing, you know, and I absolutely understand there's a kind of a broader question about their engagement. But with regards to Escondido Falls, just very particularly, I want to have a kind of a real meeting of the city, the sheriff's office, our offices, and MRCA to figure out a workable plan for that property, given how chaotic it's gotten to be. And I think I fear that it will only get more chaotic as the entire Eastern Mountains basically are going to be sort of offline for hiking, I think, for quite some time. No one's going to want to hike Topanga State Park, certainly, in the near future. And so that's going to put additional pressure, I think, on the Western mountains that were not impacted by fire. So we've got to be even extra cognizant. You know, you're preaching to the choir with regards to the kind of screwed up situation with state parks and the conservancies. Part of why I wanted to be the chair of the subcommittee that is going to oversee the parks budget is because I really feel as though the Parks Department in general has kind of crawled up into a ball a little bit. They're a wonderful organization. They've got incredible resources and experience. They've got great rangers. They're really good at land management. They've got a ton of experience, and yet I think they've sort of stepped back from their land acquisition role, and it's now been filled in by the conservancies who are good at acquiring land, and they do it quickly, and that's important for a lot of reasons because you know, we want to get more land into the public trust. But the flip side is the land management issues that have been raised, and I think they're only going to get far more acute. I mean, obviously this Palisades fire seems to have originated on conservancy land, and so I think I'm going to welcome a really intense dialogue with the city as we try to figure out a path moving forward for this land, because I think we can't have the risks are so high, and they're going to have to come up with a land management plan for their. I'd like to see them transfer their land over to the state parks if we can somehow figure out how to do that. I think it's a complicated process, and the state parks have been so reluctant to take on any more land anywhere in the state. Their maintenance, their M&O backlog is enormous. I mean, all you got to do is go see the poor Adamson house, which I'm determined to get money for it to fix up. But it's just one little example of the TLC and kick in the pants I think that the park system needs. And I'm determined to get them more resources to help them with this broader effort. But I welcome this conversation. Jackie and I have been talking quite a bit about it. We heard a lot from Malibu residents last year who were very concerned about various aspects of MRCA management. We're brand new to, I mean, I'm not new to Malibu per se, but I'm certainly new to representing this area in my Senate, in my state role. And I think we're both pretty committed to try to figure out a good path forward, given all the very serious and legitimate concerns that are out there about their land management.
Senator Allen, I just wanted to thank you for taking my call that night. They did put rangers down. This is a long conversation that I would love to be a part of with you, because we've been dealing with this. I have records of it since 1995. We have residents here who have been sued for protecting their property. And I'm available because I know a lot, and I'm eager to put this to bed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy?
Yes.
Okay. Don Schmitz and A.K. Monan will be next.
Good evening, council members, public officials, and Malibu community. My name is Amy Ablicat. I'm a special projects manager for Schmitz & Associates. Rebuilding the city of Malibu must prioritize addressing water system deficiencies, as they pose significant obstacles to rebuilding and recovery efforts. Some property owners haven't been able to rebuild due to fires well before the Woolsey fire, due to existing water system inadequacies. Some recommendations to consider include recommending Water District 29 capital improvement projects be state funded and completed as soon as possible. Require the fire department to allow alternatives, including Appendix B of the Fire Code, which allows for on-site water storage. This will help streamline the rebuilding process while mitigating delays caused by the current water system's limitations and deficiencies. In addition, delegating enforcement of the city's fire code to its chief building official pursuant to California Health and Safety Code section 13869.7, we believe Yolanda Bundy will be key in prioritizing fire safety and will greatly assist in promptly managing these reviews and processes. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate the city's efforts in facilitating the rebuilding of Malibu. We are committed to assisting in the rebuilding process and will continue to support the city in any capacity possible. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, thank you from the bottom of my heart for what all of you are doing
to get my neighbors and my friends the ability to quickly rebuild their homes and become back in our community. The good news is the City of Malibu is seasoned campaigners, unfortunately, in regards to facilitating fire rebuilds, but there are two huge obstacles that we have to getting these projects forward to rebuild quickly in an exempt fashion. As my associate just spoke to, the first is fire flows. Yes, you have constituents who lost their homes in previous fires and were not able to rebuild because they could not meet the 1,250 gallons per minute as required by the fire department, and there needed to be upgrades to water mains, water storage tanks, pumps, etc., that was just strictly cost prohibitive. There are alternative standards that you can implement as a city council, and I urge you to do that. I also urge the electeds up there, Ben, Jackie, Brad, let's get the money to Mark, who knows exactly what the deficiencies are in the water district, adopt the alternative standards, and upgrade the system. And then lastly, in the 10 seconds I have left, for our coastal development permit exemptions, all the beach homes are going to have to redo their septic systems, and they're going to have to protect them with seawalls. Those have to be exempt from coastal development permit processes.
Okay, we're going to take one more speaker, and then we're going to take a pause.
Would you like me to answer them?
Go ahead.
So the last two speakers, those were excellent questions, because when we go down the rebuild process and we look at the LA County Fire Code, Title 32, the two main issues to rebuild are access and water. And the LA County Fire Code has a more strict requirement than the state fire code. As stated, it's 1,250 GPM, 20 PSI, 30 minutes, as opposed to the 500 GPM state code requirement. We need, under the leadership of Supervisor Horvath, we need to look at alternatives. And I really like the tank idea to see if we can have that meet the code through a variance. But like I said before, if we could build homes that are fire safe and defensible, and we have the right defensible space, we'll never need to fight the fire there, because the fire will never get there. And they'll be able to withstand the flying brands. So you have my commitment to really look at the fire code to make sure that we're not blocking. If you had an existing non-conforming structure, you should be able to build again. And we have to make that work for you.
Let's have one more speaker, and then...
Coastal Commission is going to...
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then we can...
Steve.
Yes.
Steve Hudson, District Director, California Coastal Commission. I'd like to address Mr. Schmitz's second point. Under the Coastal Act, permits are not required for replacement of any structures destroyed by a disaster within the coastal zone, and that includes the fire experienced by this community. The governor's executive order reinforces that policy and makes it clear that we are all committed to removing barriers and making it as easy as possible for folks affected by these fires to rebuild. That includes septic systems, and we're working with the city and your staff as well to coordinate closely on this matter. That includes seawalls and any structures. Those exemptions allow for a like-for-like replacement of any legally existing structure in the same location with up to a 10% increase in size. Now those exemptions, the ability to issue the exemptions, that power is passed through to our local government partners through their local coastal programs. And here, that's the city of Malibu. The commission, our commission, is in a supportive role for these affected areas, and we're going to continue to work closely with your city to provide technical assistance and ensure an efficient and transparent process. But I would like to assure everyone here that our staff is committed to being a resource, and that if there are case-specific problems that come up, we are committing to coordinate with your local government to quickly resolve those issues and find solutions. And we'll continue, we're already meeting with your city staff, and we'll continue to do those meetings. Thank you.
Tim, go ahead.
Sure. To follow up with that, we have been meeting with the Coastal Commission staff. We're going to bring an item forward on Monday to initiate the process to put some changes through in our local coastal program municipal code to accelerate the rebuild process for everyone. and staff's going to be bringing forward items. And the goal is that of those items is that anyone that's going to be a like-for-like rebuild or with 10%, anything required for that should be exempt or at most subject to a waiver. And we're going to work forward to move that forward for everyone so you're not subject to the coastal development process for those, which everyone knows can take years and be very expensive, especially for properties that are on the coast where you're not only subject to a planning commission meeting, also an appeal to the city council and also to the coastal commission, which can take years to do. So we're working our best to move that forward so that nobody has to go through that process that's doing that type of project.
All right, let's have one more speaker, and then I'd like to pause for just a moment after that speaker, please.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is A.K. Munaim. I'm from Schmitz & Associates. I work with Dawn and Amy, who just spoke. I'm here to more so underpin and make the statement on the rebuild process. And more so to, as it stands, most of the septic systems that are along PCH, they are protected by a seawall. And generally, coastal engineering requires to do some kind of coastal development permit. I'm speaking on behalf that we do some kind of exemption and do some kind of streamlining that goes directly to the building permit process. So the key takeaway is to go directly to the building permit process. That's all. Thank you.
All right. With that,
Let's have.
Yes, again, like to reiterate, there is an exemption process that would be available for those sorts of disaster replacement structures. It could include seawalls, septic systems, with that up to a 10% increase and in the same location. So we will be happy to coordinate on those individual projects, on any of these projects that come forward with the city staff.
So it is exempt because it was impacted by the disaster?
Yes.
And that includes home hardening?
Home hardening is also exempt when we're discussing these fire hardening procedures. So, of course, boxing eaves, all those other sorts of improvements that were mentioned today, that would just be part of the home rebuilding process.
Okay.
And that's any existing structure, is that correct?
That's for any existing legal structure, up to a 10% increase.
all right, and just so that reiterate what the city attorney said, we have an item on the agenda Monday night to facilitate our structure for this. It's work in process, and meeting on Monday night, we'll be addressing this further. I'd like to take a pause on public comments for just a moment. Congressman Sherman is going to have to leave us in just a moment, and if I could turn it over to him for just a moment.
Thank you. Got a lot of issues that haven't come up that I'd like to cover. Post office, mail's being held if you're not in your home. Malibu Post Office is where they're holding it. It's open. You can go to any post office, arrange to have your mail forwarded anywhere you want. Passports, we got them to open a passport office at 10850 Pico. That's the old West Side Pavilion. There are 70 other agencies there. And if you need to travel the next few weeks, call my office and we'll get you an emergency appointment, make sure that your travel goes forward. I'm an old CPA, so let's cover taxes. Property taxes, a lot of you bought a long time ago. You've got a low property tax valuation. You're going to be doing new construction, but new construction does not take away your old property tax assessment if what you build back is pretty much, and I believe it's 110% rule, pretty much what you lost. Disaster grants from FEMA are income tax exempt. You can take a casualty loss equal to your uninsured losses, but not in excess of the basis in your property. That is to say, what you paid for to buy it, what you paid to improve it, what you paid for the contents. That casualty loss can be taken on your 2024 return or your 2025 return. If you get money from insurance and it exceeds your basis, so you've actually gotten more money than you paid for the house, you might think that would be subject to tax, but there's 3 ways identified on my webpage where you don't have to pay that tax. So go to bradsherman.house.gov. All the income tax deadlines for payment and filing for the entire county have been delayed until October 15th. As to SBA loans, I think that was covered, but I'll quickly go over it. $500,000 for your real property, $100,000 for your uninsured losses on personal property, interest rate generally less than 4%. $2 million can be borrowed by a business. The interest rate is often less than 4%. Sometimes it's higher, especially if you could qualify for a private sector loan. And they will subordinate that to your other loans, current or future. FEMA provides grants, but those grants are $43,000 for your real property, another $43,000 for your personal property. FEMA will also provide very significant and fairly long-term rental assistance to the extent it's not paid for by your fire insurance policy. Obviously, we need more because you cannot turn to people and say, rebuild your house for $43,000. That's why I'm focusing on trying to bring members of Congress and other decision makers to see the disaster and realize why we're going to need a very large appropriation. We've gotten most of the LA delegation there. On Friday, I had the president there pursuant to my and Judy Chu's request. On Monday, we have the Appropriations Committee coming. They may turn out to be the most important folks. And then I've got Leader Jeffries, the chief Democrat in the House, coming on Wednesday. We do have to rebuild better. We have to be resilient. There's this talk of conditioning aid on California changing its voter registration policies and its water policies. I have voted for aid for Louisiana again and again because families there should be able to rebuild their homes, whether or not I would like Louisiana to change its abortion laws or its voter registration laws or its water policy or anything else. The fire in the Palisades was not a matter of us not having enough water come down from Northern California. We got plenty of water all over LA County. What we weren't able to do is bring that water to where it needed to be, especially up the hill. With me here is John Alford from our constituent service staff. If there's any federal issue, give him a call, 818-501-9200. John will work hard, he'll solve your problem, and then I, Brad Sherman, will take the credit. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. All right, we've still got a number of speakers left to go, and we've got territory we want to cover. So thank you, Congressman Sherman. And let's get back to our speakers. Who's next, please?
Marissa Coughlin, Kim Devane, Craig Gold, Scott Dietrich.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Coughlin. I'm a Malibu resident since 1968. I've been through 16 fires. My house was destroyed by Caltrans mudslide, which was caused by them, and I had no help from anybody at that time. The issues that I'd like addressed are the hazmat issues, the debris removal, private versus opt-in, opt-out. Are you going to require the people to go private to have the hazmat studies done? I have a house on Malibu Road which burned just before the Franklin fire. We're ready to debris remove right now. We did that. That was private. Or where's all the debris removal going to go because the dumps are full and not taking debris removal? So I'd like to know that. The money that Edison gave for the Woolsey fire, I'm doing fire rebuilds from the Woolsey fire, and now the IRS is coming after two of them because they didn't have their certificates of occupancy by December of this past year. And I wrote a letter through their accountants to say, well, we had 2 years of COVID, and we also had power shutoffs, and that impacted the timeline. So that put them at bay for a while, but I'd like you to check on that. The Woolsey fire, when that was contracted out, the debris removal companies did not burrito wrap the debris. Okay. Anybody can ask me questions later, I'll stay. Thank you.
Colonel?
Well, thank you for your questions. I can't answer all of them, but I told you I'll be transparent. I'll answer what I can. Let me start by just briefly talking about the landfill question. we've been working closely with the county, with LA County and the state, Cal Recycle, and we believe there's sufficient, we know there's sufficient landfill capacity, and we're working with our contractors as we start private property debris removal to get that hazardous ash to the appropriate landfill as quickly and safely as possible. As for burrito wraps, all of our trucks that are hauling fire ash debris will be properly burrito wrapped, and then the tarp will come down on top to hold the burrito wrap and everything in place so that none of that blows out or moves during transport. And it will stay burrito wrapped until it hits the approved landfill that it's been designated to go to, that we've worked closely in conjunction with both the county and Cal Recycle, who has purview over landfills in this area. And we know where those landfills are, we know what their capacities are, and we're going to work closely to make sure we minimize our travel distance so that we can maximize the speed at which we remove the debris from your property. That brings me to my next point. We absolutely want you to opt in to the private property debris removal program. If you do so, there was a comment earlier about 18 months or the timeline. Look, I'm just going to tell you, we're going to go at the speed of trust, at the speed at which you fill out your rights of entry, and it's not like it's not like we have to get everything done before we turn that right of entry back to the county. As soon as your property is done and we've done a final inspection, we are going to turn that right of entry back to the county and to the local government. And that then starts the next phase, which is are you ready to get a building permit phase? That's not the Corps of Engineers, but I work closely with the Director of Public Works for the county. We talk every single day, and we are hand in glove with this handoff, so it is seamless and is as efficient as possible. And we are pulling out all of the stops to get your property cleared as fast as possible. But that is contingent, really, on you making a decision whether you want to opt in to our program or you want to opt out and try to do it in accordance with the county and the local government's guidelines and do the same process we're doing but on your own. And then one last thing, there was a question about the removal of soil. So the way our program works, so I want you to think about your property, and I want you to draw sort of a footprint about a foot or 2, 3 beyond where the structure was, right? That's the area with which gravity and the wind will put the debris. We call that the ash halo or the ash footprint. And so we're going to go in, we're going to remove all of your hazard trees, right? So we protect our crews and we protect you when you return to your property. All of the trees that are deemed a hazard that they're going to die or fall within 5 years. And that will be done by a certified arborist. We're then going to go in and take any recyclable metals and get those into the recyclable debris stream. Then we're going to go in and we're going to take all of the ash debris, all of the fire ash debris in that burrito wrap. We're going to wrap it up in the back of the truck. We're going to put the tarp down on top, and we're going to haul it to the closest available and certified landfill that meets that type of debris requirements. Then we're going to go back and we're going to take 6 inches of soil within that ash footprint, right? Because what we found through a long history of fire recoveries, and we've learned this in conjunction with the state of California, who has also done numerous, as you know, fire recoveries, is that the ash, any hazards are usually located within the first 3 inches. We're going to take 6 inches to make sure we get all of those hazards. That will also get burrito wrapped and sent into a debris stream and taken to an appropriate landfill where it can be properly stored. So that's the process. And look, you have to make a decision. We are here. I told you at the beginning, transparency. I want to be your partner. I don't want this to be transactional. I want you to be comfortable with the decision that you make, and we're going to be here to walk hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with you to get this hazard off of your property as quickly and safely as possible, and we're in it together.
Yeah.
Well, you can't opt in today because the system hasn't been rolled out. But in the next coming days, the ROE process will be rolled out. It is I'm getting there. It is a government, local government process for collecting the ROEs. Once they're collected and we validate, the county validates that you are indeed the owner, because I can't enter your property unless you, the owner, the legal owner, has given me that authority, that permission. And once you do, it's a first in, first out system. So if you opt in the beginning, you're going to be in the first pool of people for which we send our contractors out to do that work. I can't give you an exact timeline because there are some other factors. If we find asbestos on your property, then I have to mitigate the asbestos risk first, because I don't want to put the asbestos-laden products in the wrong debris stream. So the forms should be available within the next several days to maybe a week, and that will be rolled out through social media, press releases. You will know when those forms are ready.
The following one.
Okay. All right.
And I think I'll end there.
Let's keep it up to the dais up here. Mark?
The forms will be available on Monday. I'm looking at the date so I can be exact here. It's a week from this Monday, so that's is that the 3rd of February? Am I right? Somebody checking me?
It's a week from now.
Why do you need a week for the form?
We're currently negotiating the standards which will be applied under the ROE. We're covering the entire county of Los Angeles. All fire areas are going to be processed by the County of Los Angeles Public Works. So you can imagine the number. We want it to be done in a way in which you get this form and it is foolproof, ready to go, and not going to break down like some other other programs you may have seen before. So we're beta testing it, and we're negotiating, Supervisor, with multiple cities about what the ROE looks like, so we make sure everyone in the cities are comfortable with that form. Also, what we're doing is, which is different from from the Woolsey, is we're making this digitally available, which we did not have in previous fires. So we're setting up a really strong paper and digital process so that the sign-up process will go much more rapid than, for instance, when we did the Woolsey, where we were requiring hard paper copy and signature for the.
I know we want a fail-safe system, but we cannot have our process be the reason they're waiting. So
I agree, and it's why we've made it critical path. Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Supervisor. Last time this took us a month to put together. We're taking 1 week to get this form done. This is 10,000 properties. I mean, it's a large scale, and that's why we have our partners, the Army Corps of Engineers, here with us, and we're building, you have authorized, Supervisor, the buildup of our staff to handle this appropriately. And you've also made this a regional effort rather than a single effort only for an incorporated county. So I think it will become customized for Malibu residents in the regional effort. That customization, because we know there's differences in the population. We're negotiating with your city council about what that should be so that it's right form, right place, so you can opt in just as fast. There's more information on this as we're going. I have a number which I will give you in just a minute here when I look it up. I got you, Supervisor. We are cranking away to make this done. It may happen sooner. I didn't want to.
We're going to ask you every day until it's up how long it's going to take.
I knew that was coming. That's why I gave myself till Monday. But we are working rapidly. There is some behind-the-scenes negotiation, and what that's about with the federal government is we are seeking, as demanded by the Board of Supervisors, to make the whole process go faster. And there are some provisions in the ROE that we have to put in if we get that faster track. So we are trying to create a fast track, faster than normal debris removal process, and we're doing that negotiation with FEMA. And I can just tell you, I'm not going to release the details of it, but I do believe we're also going to speed that process up, which affects my ROE. That's the other reason I can't just put the ROE. We want to make sure the program and its timeline is well known when that ROE comes out.
Can I just ask, on behalf of our residents, I'm hearing people screaming out, when. I understand everything is fact specific, and I understand you can't give exact timelines, but can you please tell our residents, are we talking about 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months? I mean, what kind of approximate time period are we talking about?
I think that Colonel Swenson can tell you once he's on your property how long that'll take. for sure we know that. That's Colonel.
Yeah, so once our crews, basically the process works is once we get your ROE, right, we're going to put them in a group and we're going to award them to our contractor. Let's say we have 10 crews out there and we have 100 ROEs. Each team will get 10 ROEs in their runway, right? So the first one in the runway will be the first property they go to. When that enters their runway, they're going to call you about 3 to 5 days out to tell you that you're 3 to 5 days out from your property being next one up. Then a day out, they're going to call you. They're going to invite you to the property if you choose to watch and observe the private property debris removal program. Then it depends on the property. If you have a slab on grade, relatively flat property, somewhere like 1/4 of an acre, you're probably looking at 1 to 3 days, depending on the conditions of the property. If you are cliffside, seaside, ravine side, coast side, and you have multiple tiered property, and you have trees, hazard trees that are located on the side of a cliff that have to be removed, it's going to take us longer. So foundations, we are currently, one of the things that the director mentioned is we are working through the foundation process, and we are trying to present, the county and the government, the state, are trying to present options to property owners so that you can be part of this process with regards to foundations.
Can I try
One
more?
other
One
thing
more
for
effort at
certainty.
Go ahead, please.
Just for our residents, what is the quickest anyone could possibly expect to have this done as we sit here today, and what's the longest that they can expect to have it done?
So if you're the first person to sign up, you have no asbestos on your property, and we are ready to go. I mean, I would say you could take 5 to 10 days from the time we receive your property, your ROE, to the time you go. If you sign up last, right? So someone unfortunately is always first, and someone fortunately is always first. And if you're the last person to sign up, then you're going to be one of the last people that we get to the property to. We have a wonderful, experienced contractor. The contractor just completed a year-long program of private property debris removal in Hawaii, and it's the same. We have the same contractor. Prime contractor we're using here. It's all the same people. So the relationships have been established, and I'm the same person. So I spent 6 months in Maui doing the Lahaina fire, and I'm here going to spend the next, I don't know how long, taking care of the 6 cities in LA County to ensure that we can safely remove these fire debris hazards from your property. We can get it burrito wrapped, delivered in the proper debris stream, and taken to a secure landfill where it can be out of harm's way forever.
Also, council member, the building plan check process can begin now. You can actually make submittals to building and safety here in Malibu. You can be preparing that. You can be getting yourself ready to go. That process can take some time as well. We are not going to, another question people have is there's this phase 1 process where EPA is going to go in and take those materials off-site that are emergency management. That doesn't mean we're waiting for the whole thing to be done before we commence. We will actually be going in behind them and working our way through. And then just one more thing, there is an opt-out option, and private removals of the system, private contractor removal, I am personally working on that program to make sure that it's done safely and in conformance with the rules that are set up for the same public side. The difference between the two is it's going to be at your insurance cost or your cost to do that performance. But those of you who are interested in that, we are working on right now behind the scenes, another part of the ROE process, to streamline, fast track that process for those who have the ability or want to get and do this on your own. So you do have 2 options. You've heard Colonel saying he thinks his is the right one. A lot of people believe that private is the way to go. We're going to make it so that you can do that safely and orderly, and we don't create an environmental hazard. We believe, the engineers believe, that the process doing this together is the way to do that. They opt in because we see it as a large construction project. I know individuals would like to go faster than that large construction project, so I understand that. And I'm working on making that opt-out process available to you all. and making sense of it so that it's done again in an orderly way and safe for everyone in the community if you choose to use a private contractor.
But I want to address what you said about planning. We will not be going business as usual on the planning process.
No, we
So
will not.
what we've heard very clearly is there needs to be a separate process dedicated to people who have been going through this tragedy and focused on accelerating how we get them back into homes that are post-debris removal. We've addressed the hazards and health concerns, and we are expediting how we get them. We've heard from Coastal, and I'm going to reiterate it because I know nobody believed it, so we're going to say it again, that Coastal has said because we are in a disaster area, everything that's covered, including home hardening, is exempt. So we can't be the reason why
Right.
people aren't moving quickly.
Right, absolutely, Supervisor. The Board of Supervisors, the Board of Supervisors have, and I'm sure the city will follow suit, looked at our zoning and building permit process and have declared this to be a different day. The exemptions that have been provided by not only the governor and the federal government and also our local officials. If there was ever a time for us to build and build back fast, this is it. We want to take advantage of this. That's the other thing I would tell residents is, I know it's hard to make a decision at this time after what you've been through. And that's the hard thing is it's actually your decision-making process that also could be an issue. What I would say from a building permit perspective, being a long-time person in the business, when you have this opportunity, this is the time to take advantage of it. 110% increase, all these provisions waived, and a local regulator saying they're going to streamline and go after it. This is the time to do it. So if you're thinking about staying or going, there's a big plus side of rebuilding at a time like this. We in the business and the construction business take advantage. We always say it, take advantage of any emergency you have. You need to take advantage of this.
Okay, this,
That'll be at the same timing as that is the ROE process. And I just stated that it's February 3rd Monday, and supervisors challenging me to get it out faster. And I will do my best to get that. So when you actually come onto our website, you will see you have an opt-in or opt-out process. When you're opting out, you're opting for private removal. The private removal process will be fully defined there, and you'll be able to make that. It'll essentially, what we envision is a single permit to do the work. A single permit the county would follow up on. The county then we would get done with your removals, you'd turn in your certifications, your contract would do that, and then we would release you to the city of Malibu for the building permit process.
For any questions that are specific to debris removal, we have a town hall that is happening tomorrow at Santa Monica Community College from 3 to 5. You can watch it online if you don't attend in person, and it will be dedicated solely to this subject. I know there are other questions in the room, and I don't want to discourage people from asking any of your questions, but I just want you to know that there will be a very detailed town hall explicitly on debris removal tomorrow.
yeah, and two other quick things. What's the name of the form that they need to be looking for, and where are they going to find it when it's available?
So the form is the right of entry form. We abbreviate that ROE, right of entry, and it will be a government function, and it will be published as soon as it's ready. Everyone will know. We will publish it, and then I will have teammates in red shirts like you see here that will be at the DRCs to help explain the process from the Corps' perspective of how the process works, and to be able to answer questions and walk with people through this process so that you feel comfortable with the decision that you're going to make regarding who you want to do your debris removal.
Okay, the phone number, the current phone number is 844-342-3332. It's a live number. It's active now. There's also a website you can go to. This is our county website, recovery.lacounty.gov. There will be a link there for the debris removal program.
Okay. With that, I also want to mention that the city is working diligently to have this streamlined operation. We'll have more discussion about it on Monday night, but the city is setting up a separate office space to have its own dedicated rebuild operation, so that it won't have to go through the normal channels at the counter. And as Assistant City Manager said, this will be a standalone operation just for rebuild, all right? So we'll have more details Monday night. With that, I want to check the dais up here. We've still got about 30 speakers. We're probably not going to get through all of them. Does anybody have a time constraint or a need to leave? Are we okay? If so, let's plow on. So please keep it in mind that we still have more questions to come forward. If you can keep your questions short and our answers short, we want to answer your questions, but let's try and be concise if we can. Go ahead, please.
I'll be quick. Thank you very much for being here. Also, just so sorry to the people that lost their homes. I lost my home in Woosley, but I'm not here about that. I'm actually here about a less important topic, which is the loss of businesses. So is the loss of, and I'll be very quick. First of all, is PCH going to be opening or expanding their opening? I've heard it's been going to be open to Los Flores. Can you answer that? The next question is businesses that reside within the closure zone now, let's say Tremonto, Dukes, my office, when are we able to actually open and function? These are businesses that survived. For me, I lost 2 commercial buildings. Is there going to be any different prioritization in debris removal with commercial versus residential? Again, I understand residential is way more important. I have to ask these questions because of employees, tenants, and is the city of Malibu going to be hiring more resources for this? Because it took me 6 years to build my Woosley house. So I'm hoping, and I don't know if anyone's from the insurance commission here, but one of my concerns is we've all had a really terrible time getting insurance. So why would we rebuild into an environment where we can't insure our properties? That's one of my big concerns.
I have to make a correction to the number I gave out. I've been told that I've given the wrong number, so I want to catch people. The number for debris removal is 844-347-3332. Thank you, Colonel. Okay, 844-347-3332.
Okay.
Apologize.
All right, we had some questions here. Who can answer it? Captain?
As we respond, if I could queue up Craig Gold, Scott Dietrich, and Patty Phillips.
Hi, can you hear me? Is the mic on? Yes. Okay, great. In regards to your question, so we have the road closure right before the first location that was burned, so it's within the burn area, and the road closure is somewhere around 22605. So we wanted to make sure we could get as many businesses that are open with making sure that the workers, the Edison, the utilities had the ability to work. So that was, and I actually worked with Marianne on that as well, Mayor Pro Tem Marianne. So that was very important to us to make sure those businesses get in. And as we were sitting here, I did get an email from the chamber. So we're really working closely with the chamber as well. I know our businesses are hurting.
Captain, or can anyone give us any kind of an estimate about even partial reopening? I know that's a question we get all the time. How many days, how many weeks, what are we looking at for PCH?
So that was a question that we had every single day at REPOP meetings, and I'll tell you, LAPD, LA Sheriff's Department, we are pushing to get it reopened, but obviously we want it done in a safe way, and so we really need to work with our utilities and our road crews because they're going to be working on PCH for a very long time, and I want to manage expectation. When we open PCH, it's not going to just be free flow PCH. It'll be, one lane will be for the workers, and one lane go back and forth. So we're really trying to message, this is not going to be passed through, let me take a shortcut because the 101 is bogged down. This is going to really be for work crews and residents that need to come through. We want to keep as much traffic off of PCH so it doesn't take you 2 hours to go to the grocery store. So that's really what we're working on, and we're doing our best. So bear with us on that. I don't have a date, but we are really pushing utilities and roads to give us that date.
I've been out here almost every day coming from home. So PCH is something that I've personally experienced every day since the fire began. I have asked for some of the intervention that has happened on PCH to be moved to try and create more access onto PCH, because I know that there are businesses who, that but for the PCH closure, would be open, operational, and making money. And so we want to do our best to get out of their way as quickly as possible so they can be up and running, because we know they're vital to the Malibu community. I have issued a letter directly to Caltrans and spoke with the Caltrans director, who's my colleague on the board of Metro, this week, to instill in her the sense of urgency that is necessary for this moment. We know that there's a history here with Caltrans and operation on the PCH in particular, and we need to make sure that we are all working collaboratively, and we also have the governor's focus on it. I spoke with him personally, and he knows of the issue. We understand that we all have to be moving with a sense of urgency. And what is happening right now on PCH is critical utility safety work, ensuring that there are not gas explosions, that any downed power wires and any other undergrounding process that is happening is taking place now. So there are times where the PCH currently is one lane with a stop and slow sign on each end of it in order for even emergency vehicles to be passing because of the amount of work that is being done. So I appreciate and am very clear about the frustration that people are feeling about the PCH, and we are moving with a sense of urgency. And I can't have people coming back there if it's not going to be safe for you. So we are pushing on all cylinders to get it done as quickly as possible, and to make sure that all of the safety interventions that need to be done are also being done in the appropriate ways.
All right, let's move on to the next question.
Mayor, real quick, and to answer the question on city resources, as a small organization of about 100 employees, we have no choice but to try to ramp up additional resources. And so we have an amazing team of leaders that are behind the podium here, and we are ramping up to try to find as many consultants as possible, additional staff. We are currently working on transitioning to recovery right now, so we can still do emergency operations with all of these organizations, and then have a permanent recovery team as well that can be there and dedicated for your help.
Okay. All right, next question, please.
Hi, my name is Kristen Thames. I'm a registered nurse. My boys graduated in 2018. I feel like this is the wolves you fire all over again. I'm here as a voice for our seniors. I have a lot of seniors that are on home health, and they depend on us to come and check on them and see them. When I have to pull patients out by blankets because they have no power, they have no cell service, they can't call 911. When Edison shuts off the power for our seniors, we have to either provide them with generators, because some of them are oxygen dependent, some of them need breathing treatments, some of them have caregivers that need to come in to take care of them, and they're not allowing caregivers to come through. I have a patient in the burn center. I have 2 patients unaccounted for. I have patients that are displaced in nursing homes, displaced in hotels, and I want somebody to help me create a senior task force, because God willing, we're all going to be old one day, and we need somebody to look out for our seniors. So I need somebody to help me. As Larry David said, I'm not an implementer. I need somebody to help me create a senior task force so that we can help our seniors.
Hi, I'm Halen, City Council, and I'm passionate about the seniors as well. I would love to talk to you because I've been looking for somebody in the community to help me help them. So please, I'll give you my card after.
And one more thing, I know I'm over time, but I'm speaking for a lot of seniors in this community. SoCal Edison, you cannot shut off power to our seniors, because they can't get out of bed, some of them, and see where the fire is, especially if you aren't letting their caregivers come through. That's why so many are unaccounted for in the Eaton fire. Most of them are seniors. Who's checking on them?
We have somebody, SoCal Edison, please.
Yeah, let me address that.
You're turning your microphone.
It says it's on. Can you hear me?
Go.
No power. Okay. I'm Caroline Choi with Southern California Edison. I head up our corporate affairs and public policy team. So let me.
We can't.
It is on.
Go ahead. Speak a little louder, please.
Okay. Let me just start with how much we empathize with the community here, and up in Eaton, the fire there as well, and Altadena, the unprecedented devastation has really been heartbreaking and has affected this community, the community in Altadena, and across Southern California. And we're very grateful for the firefighters who continue to work on the front lines and other public safety officials to help protect lives and the community. So on public safety power shutoffs, I recognize that this has been a difficult year for public safety power shutoffs because we've had 3 in just the beginning since January, the start of January. In the fourth quarter of 2024, Malibu had 4 notifications of potential public safety power shutoffs, and we instituted 3. So it's just been a very active fire season. It follows really because of the drought situation, where we had 2 wet winters, so we actually were not using public safety power shutoffs that much the previous 2 years. 2024 going into 2025 has been a very difficult fire season. And we recognize that it is a significant hardship for our customers, not just senior citizens, but all customers when the power goes out. This particular event over the last 2 weeks, we also had tools that, our communication tools that did not work. So customers could not see the outage map. It was not functioning properly. Our public safety officials weren't getting the proper information about the circuits and the number of customers on those circuits, particularly our medical baseline customers who use electricity for particular medical equipment, or access and functional needs customers. So while we were able to bring some of those tools back, the beginning of this event did not go as we had planned and as we practiced. And we recognize that that just adds to the frustration of our customers when that occurs. We do have a program for medical baseline customers, so for those who may have their power go out due to a public safety power shutoff, we have a program for backup power, and they can sign up.
No, you don't. 2 of my patients were refused backup power. There you go.
Well, you can sign up for the program.
Nice going.
There are, sometimes we run out of the equipment, so if we did, we do have a new supply for 2025, so please go back onto our system and sign up. We should have the supplies now for medical baseline customers. Sure, yes. I'm happy to meet with you.
And I'm sorry, one last thing. Before people want to start pointing fingers at our firemen and police, remember, they're the first people that will go into your house when your house is burning. Perhaps you should take it out on the people that want to defund the police and defund the fire department.
All right, let's, for SCE, let's have a conversation after the 101, after the session's over. I think it would be very appropriate for you to talk to individuals on it.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Ma'am, I can't see you. Okay, if you're still in the building, and for our seniors and care workers, we are working with care workers. I know the fire brigade, the volunteers on patrol, Sergeant Soderland and I have personally done escorts. Please get with Sergeant Soderland. He is in the back. Okay, we want to. I'm here to say that I want to, and I've done it. I need you to get with Sergeant Soderland in the back so we can coordinate it and get that done.
Okay. All right, next question, please.
So and I just want to reiterate, we've had multiple people sign up, so I'm going to call the names of those that have signed up to speak. So next is Craig Gold, Scott Dietrich, Patty Phillips, John Ortiz.
I acknowledge that I am piling on here, so I'm going to be very quick. My comments are originally targeting the insurance commissioner, because all of us here have to have homeowners insurance. And I know they're trying very much to reduce the rates and bring homeowners insurance online. I hope that the insurance commissioner's eyes are not glazing over while we talk about the MRCA, because this is low-hanging fruit for the insurance commissioner's office. All we need to do is require the MRCA to do some brush clearance of their own lands and to stop continuously purchasing lands and instead reinverse that into brush clearance. That would be a huge win for the California insurance market. And by the way, the MRCA on Monday, Supervisor Horvath, Senator Allen, and I guess Assemblymember Irwin left. But on Monday, they're going to ask you for $5 million to rebuild their trailheads. I certainly hope that you put a condition on that $5 million from Prop 68 money to require that they actually have some brush clearance and perimeter clearance around that. You'll see that on your agenda tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Scott Dietrich, Patty Phillips, John Ortiz, Joe Drummond.
Thank you all for being here. At the county and state level, we've failed our community. We've put money elsewhere. As Chief Maroney said, we didn't do the brush clearance that we could have done. 2018 with Paradise and Woolsey was a wake-up call. The city of Malibu responded, started hardening houses. Only 10% of our people took advantage of that program, so some of this is on us. But if we don't do the brush clearance, we've got to be forward thinking. We need goats. That right now it's so difficult because if you cross private property lines, you could get in trouble. That's for Senator Allen to revise that law so that you could have goats in the hills. It's environmentally sound. Secondly, our home did not burn, but it almost did because Big Rock burned. Why did Big Rock burn? Because in 2018, Supervisor Kuehl personally stopped a prescribed burn that was supposed to happen. Big Rock did not need to burn, therefore Rambla Pacifico did not need to burn. We've got to put our priorities onto public safety. It is the #1 issue for every elected leader, and we have failed our community.
Patty Phillips, John Ortiz.
Hold on, Chief Maroney, please.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Just a little bit about the county fire department budget and the support of the LA County supervisors, to include Supervisor Horvath. They have never cut our fire department budget. I know there's been a lot in the news about fire department budget cuts, not enabling extra staffing. That is not the case at the LA County Fire Department. Our budget has increased every year. We're currently at $1.7 billion, and the board is super supportive of the fire department and the budget. I agree with goats. That's one tool to clear brush and maintain that fire ecosystem that I talked about earlier. That's a biological clearing with goats. Supervisor Horvath has allowed goats in the Santa Monica Mountains. We've used it with Assistant Chief Drew Smith, who's sitting behind me. Also, we need to have mechanical clearance, and when appropriate, we need to use prescription fire to benefit the residents. And the governor has been very supportive of brush clearance, and he's set aside a lot of money for us. We are working on those projects. I don't know the date because Governor Newsom, I don't know the dates of every one of our fuels modification projects, but we have many and we are working on them. But that is true about the Big Rock burn. It was scheduled, we were funded for it, and it didn't occur.
Okay. All right, next question, please.
Patty Phillips, John Ortiz, Joe Drummond, Jack Scott.
Hi, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today to let us vent and ask questions. It means a lot to everybody in this room. Most of my questions have been answered, and I appreciate that, but I have to tell you, I almost burned alive in my car on Tuesday night. And I was rescued by a fireman named Malcolm Dix, who risked his life to save mine. So thank you, the fire department. But here's my question for our city, and I think a lot of people wonder about this. We felt like we did not exist. I had a generator I had the TV on. I had a 90-year-old woman at my house with her sons, Mike and Rick Heron. We were watching the TV. We were switching channels. We had Watch Duty app. We were notified at 1 p.m. At that point, the fire was still in the Palisades. And we're like, it's no way it's going to get here. That was the last notification I received. And I know a lot of my neighbors did not receive any notification. We watched the news. We didn't see one city council member on there warning us that it was in Malibu. Watch Duty app never showed us that, nothing. And that's how I ended up in a car almost being burned alive. And we have to fix that communication. This is not okay that Malibu did not exist. It was days, and it was almost a week before anybody even talked about us. And I'm begging you, as our city council and mayor, that you fix the communication problem so people don't almost die, and people did die. Thank you. Thank you.
John Ortiz, Joe Drummond, Jack Scott,
Good
Pete
evening.
Uyghur.
Good evening. My questions are directed to the city of Malibu. I've been here in Malibu for 15 years and lost my residence in the Franklin fire. And what I learned through the whole process is that people need to be aware that they have to do whatever it takes to harden their properties and not depend on agencies to do it for them. We have to do that. It's tantamount. We went through the Woolsey fire, and it should have been a wake-up call. We thought it couldn't happen in other areas. It did. So one of my questions is, will there be an information number manned by a live body to direct people, because it gets so convoluted? Somebody needs to take a call and say, oh yeah, I can give you the number for FEMA, go there. Or, oh yeah, this department, because so many people need to talk to someone to direct them to the right resources. And then the last thing I was going to say is, for the rebuild process, I'm recommending or suggesting forming a committee of people with years and years of experience in this business to put together a master plan and recommend it to the city and say, look, we've been here for 50 years. We know. Oh, thank you.
Joe, you want to mention the number?
Yeah, just real quick, we do have somebody on a daily basis manning our hotline. It's 310-456-2489, just for that purpose, to try to help guide and provide information. And also our website has been a central hub that we're continuing to expand, malibucity.org/Palisades Fire.
Yeah, it has one.
We have a live body at that number, and we'll help guide you as best as possible. 310, correct, 310-456-2489.
That number is currently operating in the Emergency Operations Center. There's someone there from 7:30 in the morning to, what, 6:30? All right, we were previously 24 hours a day on it. All right, next.
And I just wanted to just circle back to Patty, because nobody said anything, and I just wanted to say that we heard you. I think we spoke right after your event that night. I called you. I have so many friends up in Big Rock, and they didn't get alerts, and so we do have to work harder on our communication, especially after Woolsey. We live in an area where we know fires are coming, so we'll all work together on making sure that communications that get out to the residents are paramount. If you don't know that there's a fire and evacuation, that's awful. So very sorry about all of that.
Okay, who's next speaker, please?
Hi, I'm Joe Drummond. My family of 5 and I bought our dream home in 2013 in Big Rock. It's burned to the ground. I have nothing left. The clothes I'm wearing are donated, except for the hat. And I am here because, number one, Senator Allen, you said that the state parks have no money. They don't have any money because the governor's not giving them money. MRCA has plenty of money. Disband them and give the money to state parks. Number one. Number two, we got a raw deal when we became a city. We're giving 93% of our property taxes to the LA County Supervisor Horvath, and we need to claw some of that back. We can't afford to pay that much. We need to claw back at least 10 to 13% so we can fund our own fire department and our own fire brigade so that we can supplement what LA County does for us, because we need to protect our homes. We need a volunteer system that will work and coordinate. I spoke to Keegan Gibbs earlier, and that is the most successful way to protect and save more homes. After the fire blew through, there should have been fire departments, people there to protect our homes. Also, we need water tanks and our system to tap into our massive groundwater reserves that we have under Big Rock. That's one important thing. And the last thing, we need city codes to force to mandate keeping at minimum a 50 to 100 feet clearance of all flammable vegetation, bushes, hedges, trees, and railway ties away from each other's properties, fences, and our own homes. This would have prevented much of the spread of fire from home to home. We'll bring more on Monday.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Yeah, J.R. Scott, Big Rock Beach. I just wanted to offer the time that I have. So many of the questions have been answered, so at this point, being so late in the queue here, but certainly appreciate that. And I just want to echo Chief Maroney's comment about how climate change is really bringing about so much more of these natural disasters that we have. And it's good to see the resources that we have that hopefully will continue to mitigate that and keep us safe, and I really appreciate that. I'll demur to the next speaker.
Hi, my name is Pete Weger. I've lived in the Santa Monica Mountains for 59 years. I'm a home builder. I've been rebuilding the Woolsey fire for clients like Melanie back here, 3 to 5 years to get a permit. Great people up here. Mark Pastrella, Steve Hudson, I know a lot of you. Mary Ann, great. Friendly people, not a user-friendly system. Broke from the top, but I want to get to the root cause of what caused this fire. It's called Environmentally Sensitive Habitat Area, ESHA. It stands now for every single home annihilated. Who is the cause and the owner of this? The Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, the MCRA, the National Park Service, and the state lands. Who do they have cover from? The California Coastal Commission, and they rule with fear. My client here burned to the ground because she was afraid to do fuel modification. We've done it now. We've hardened her house. I lived through the Woolsey fire. I was one of the lucky ones. Every house on my street burned to the ground. My 13-year-old was there and saw it and filmed it. So I say, Gavin Newsom, tear down this regulation. Get executive orders now and put some constraints. We didn't lose downtown Malibu because we had the Franklin burn scar. That was a fire break. We need to do fuel modification, and I'll make it quick, where feasible and strategically possible. If we continue to allow the fuel to grow, like behind the school here, 7 years, if we don't fuel modify the burn scars, 2,500 feet, a half a mile now, while they're down, we've learned nothing. And I grew up in the Bel Air fire, burned down house that my father built, 2 bedrooms. This has been going on for decades. Chief Maroney, 80-mile-an-hour winds, 100-mile, not much different. They were 80 in Woolsey. But we need to do fuel reduction. And as far as I'm concerned, the MRCA and these other organizations have blood on their hands. How many people died? We need help from the top, and we need it now. Not 3 to 5 years to get Melanie back in her house. You guys are going to do the best job you can. Mark Pastrella, he knows what he's doing. The Colonel. Lindsay, I want to talk to you about this. I want to educate you about this. Okay? We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
And God bless this city and all the people in the Palisades and all the people over in Altadena and all these guys from CAL FIRE and the county. They're amazing, but they need our help. They need to get rid of the very thing that does these fires, the fuel. The
All right.
fuel.
Thank
Tear it
you.
down.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Barton Kropp, Dominic Robertson, Joe Hannison. Barton Kropp, Dominic Robertson, Joe Hannison.
Hello. I was in the bushfires in the outback of Australia that were so large that it created convection and shot fireballs hundreds of miles an hour in front of people that were driving their cars at 100 miles an hour, and they burned to death. And that was the beginning of when it kind of warped my brain a little, and I started an interest in fire. And then my house burned down in 2013 and I lost everything. And then I moved here in 2018 and experienced that. Myself and some experts and scientists have created a system of fire-resistant fabric and fire-retardant liquid that deploys from the roof of a house that will prevent 93% of the loss of houses through burning. But we've run into federal regulations that are debilitating, and I'm wondering if there is a streamline or some way to get through the federal regulations to get this to market so that these houses will, stop burning down, because the ecosystem requires fire. So there's going to be more fires, but we don't have to lose our houses. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Dominic Robertson, Joe Hannison, Dean Jenkins.
Well, I'm John Johannesson. I'm a little tall, too. I'm a builder here in Malibu, and my clients are requiring that I put fire sprinklers on the roof of their homes. And so I am putting fire sprinklers and encouraging others to do the same thing. The fire sprinkler systems are fully automatic, they are battery backup, and they have their own water supply. We're completely off the grid. We have solar backup, we have generator backup. We've made sure we've covered all our bases. In fact, there's a sensor on the roof that can see the fire coming. One of my houses that we have a system on, they lit a barbecue and it turned on the fire sprinklers. It works really well. I said this 2 weeks before this last fire to everyone, that we need to put fire sprinklers on the houses. I got photos here of a couple of homes that survived the Big Rock fire because they put sprinkler systems on their home. So we have the proof and we have the system, and now I need you to help us fund it because the system is expensive, but it works. Thank you.
Dean Jenkins, Sion Roy, Dana Grudlich.
Hey, my name's Dean. I'm 21 years old, and I grew up on the hillside of PCH, just across the highway from La Costa Beach Club. My home burned completely to the ground on January 8th, and this Wednesday, I returned home for the third time since it burned, and I walked around the only standing wall on our property, and I was greeted by a makeshift bed, and alongside this were piles of trash and half-eaten food, which were not there just days before. And just feet away, several bottles of urine and a pile of human feces. Someone has clearly set up camp on my property, and I can only imagine that this person was remaining within the roadblocks, not just to stay, but possibly to loot whatever is left of the homes along La Costa Beach. This is just the beginning. And the roadblocks aren't even open to the public yet, and we already have people trespassing onto and setting up camp on our properties. So clearly, something's not working. Months from now, what's going to happen? Will we continue to see trespassers on our vacant land, or RVs lined up along La Costa Beach like we have east of Topanga? No one's going to be living there to stop it. The next 5 to 10 years should not just be about rebuilding homes. It should be about ensuring that our neighborhoods remain safe, respected, and protected. It is absolutely paramount that the city and county take action to protect our community from further harm like this during this time. I don't know exactly what this entails, but what I do know is that we need proactive and consistent long-term planning, which is something that we have been notoriously bad at. So how can you ensure that our neighborhoods remain protected during the whole recovery process? Thanks.
Yes, thank you. We have been upping our patrols. I think you've seen the National Guard in, and we are doing the best that we can, and that's why I wanted to get the residents back in as quick as can. If you guys see anything, please call us. I mean, we are out there, we're doing our patrols. I hope you see that. I hope you see our high visibility patrols and our amazing military out there. Sheriff Luna said we are committed to the very end. So another thing that we did on this time, we used our off-road bikes out on the trails. So deputies were actually out on the doing patrol on the trails. And then when the winds weren't bad and we cleared it with air ops, we actually flew drones. So I'm trying to hit it from every which way I can. And 2 nights, we couldn't fly drones. We actually brought in the helicopter, LA County Sheriff's Department helicopter, and we are flying over areas and looking as well. So we're committed. I'm trying to think of every little thing that we can do, but it's really going to be this whole of community approach of neighbor working with neighbor and working with law enforcement. So please call us if you see anything. Thank you.
Captain, I'm sorry. I know that you have a camera interactive program. Could you explain, so if anybody has their own private ring cameras, perhaps that can also supplement keeping an eye out there?
Yes, so we do have our real-time crime and disaster center. During high fire days, we watch all the fire cameras using that center. We partner with the LA County Fire Department. And then right now we're at businesses. They can live stream their cameras into our system. And then residents have an opt-in to register their cameras. And if you would like more information, please get a hold of me. This is the first one at the LA County Sheriff's Department, or there's Sergeant Soderlin in the back. We are happy to partner with you. Thank you, Marianne.
To follow up on a previous question, for anyone who has questions about property tax assessment, the assessor indicated that he has a dedicated email address to get your questions answered. It is relief@assessor.lacounty.gov. That's relief@assessor.lacounty.gov. You can also call 213-974-8658. That's 213-974-8658. Thank you.
I'd like to ask, we've still got a number of people have asked to speak, but at the same time, if you've heard any of the same comments or the same questions, please pass. We're going to lose our dais up here eventually, so I'd like to have the one-on-one time that could take place if we could just be in the audience with everybody. So let's get to the next speakers, but at some point we are going to try and go to one-on-ones if we can. Next speaker, please.
Shai Roy. Our family lost our home in Big Rock, and I'm a Santa Monica College trustee, and I'm a physician at LA County, so my life is steeped in bureaucracy. And I know that I'm very grateful that all of these institutions are here now, but we know that a year from now, many of the people up on the dais are not going to be here present in our communities as we try to rebuild fire-safe homes and neighborhoods and businesses. And so it's really important that we're transparent now what our needs are going to be as a city 2 years from now, 3 years from now. And the number one thing is going to be staffing, not just for permitting, but for support, but for finding out what fire-safe building practices are available for us. All of those things, and that's something that I know the state is committed to helping us heal here in the long term, and that's something that we should take advantage of. And so that requires transparency and a realistic assessment of what our ongoing needs will be. Number two, on a separate point that hasn't been brought up, is the rampant fraud that is going on, trying to take advantage of community members. I feel like I'm in the prime of my life, and I can't tell who's real and not real. And I canceled credit cards last week because they ended up being real people, but I thought they were fraudulent. And so from FEMA and the federal organizations, calls from cell phones are not helpful. Like if you could coordinate so that they're from an 800 number, from the same 800 number every time, that'd be so much more helpful. And so that's something, I don't know if that's able to be fixed in the next week or two, but everybody's calling from a cell phone, really hard to tell the difference between fraud and not fraud. Thank you.
Hi,
So
I just want to let you all know that we have, hello. I'm Brandy from FEMA. I just want to let you know that we have raised that issue with our inspector teams and let them know that it is challenging to know whether or not the inspector is an actual person there to help them or someone else. We don't have the capability to have them send you messages from an 800 number and continue to expedite the process, but they can show you their ID. You can ask them some information to verify that they know about your claim with FEMA in order to keep you from feeling like you're being exploited through fraud. So I have some cards up here. We're here for the long term, so if you have questions or you need help getting that information, please reach out.
Yeah, if I could just pile on, the private property debris removal program, you're never going to get a bill from the Army Corps of Engineers for the work that we do under FEMA to clear the hazards from your property. So if someone's saying they're from the Army Corps of Engineers and for a small sum they'll do the work, that's not us.
Hi, my name is Dana Graulich. I just want to thank everybody for all the support that you're bringing to our community. I'm a Woolsey fire survivor. I lost my veterinary practice in the Palisades in this fire, and my Malibu practice is being strangulated by the PCH closures. And I know you're doing everything as quickly as you can, but please keep us all in mind. We're trying to provide services to the community, and it's hard to do that when our staff can't get in. A lot of my questions were answered. Colonel, I have a question for you about partial damage on properties. We have a school that I'm the board chair on, that the building is standing, but the property is severely damaged, and I'm wondering if they follow the same processes for the debris removal and if there's any priority to still standing structures. Second question, I've been in the library for 2.5 hours, so I don't know if Dr. Shelton is here, but my kids are going to school after weeks of not being in school, and they are not teaching them anything. They're watching movies, they're coloring, they're eating donuts and taking photo ops, but they are not learning anything, and they don't want to be there. I feel like the independent study kids are getting attention and getting everything they need resource-wise, but my kids who don't qualify for that program aren't getting taught. So please pay attention to those kids too.
So thank you for your question about eligible properties under the private property debris removal program. There are some requirements, and this actually goes back to the second person who spoke today, who had a question about fire damage to retaining walls, and so we work with FEMA, there is an eligibility requirement. There has to be a certain amount of damage to be eligible for the program. You also mentioned schools which receive some damage. So the program that we operate under the authority of FEMA is for private property debris removal. But there are some conditions where private nonprofits, buildings can reach out to FEMA and see if there is any eligibility there. So there's no guarantee, but I would encourage you quickly to reach out to FEMA and explain the case so that they can make an eligibility determination. If it is determined to be eligible, then we will work with you under FEMA's authority to help remove the debris from that public nonprofit property.
I am here.
Good morning. I didn't see you. You're standing there.
She's blocking. I just wanted to address that concern. I do, and I am aware of some of the concerns that parents have had about the continuity of education. I'm sitting beside someone from the power company, which we have a conversation that we will continue. One of the things that will help now is that we have temporary generators at all 4 of the schools with a plan that will allow us to have an alternative approach to the power situation. I do want to make people aware that there will still be times when I will have to call school depending on the danger levels. I am responsible for our students, and I don't want to put us in a situation where kids are fearful of coming to school. And I also don't want to put our teachers in a situation. We have a process in which we have to consider between the road conditions and whether or not they have access. There's a list of things that we go through each day, as I've mentioned before. Going to specifically the continuity of learning. I know when we are at school, they are supposed to be learning. That's what happens at school. I know we've had some inconsistency, specifically at the high school, because we had power, then we didn't have power, and teachers struggle when it's only 10 people in the classroom and it's supposed to be 20, and they don't want to continue to move forward, specifically at the secondary level. We can have further conversation with our teachers as we approach specifically that. The other piece, and I will shut up, I'm sorry, the loss of instruction over time, because we've been out so many days. We are working with our bargaining unit, our teachers, to work through a plan. A survey is going to go out on some options that our Educational Services Center, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, has provided to our teachers for enrichment so that those areas that may have been gaps in education are, that learning is recovered. So those are options that we're putting out there, and we'll have more information, and we're setting up a link on our website as well that will allow you to see some of those options. Thank you.
Just a quick question, FEMA. Does FEMA reimburse the school district for any of the expenses for the additional days?
Any expenses for the additional? I didn't catch your last.
Well, he was
word.
mentioning that they're going to have maybe extended days for class time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that FEMA would reimburse?
I don't believe so, but there is public assistance that's available to help with infrastructure, school buildings, those kinds of things. And CalOES, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, will be setting up applicant briefings for those organizations to go ahead and get those repairs made and get that process going. It also works for private nonprofits and churches that have been damaged. So that process is going to go through CalOES, and anything else we can definitely take back and get an answer for you.
Thank you.
Connie Jenkins, Marnie Cammons, Luca Lavoconi.
It's difficult for us to see who's down there because of where the lights are. Is there someone with a question? Okay, there's somebody. Good.
Hi, name's Luca Iacopo, and I've been working in Malibu for 20 years as an architect and been through the Woolsey rebuild process with that, so I'm pretty familiar with the system. I'm sure a lot of people are not, and I would like to have a couple of questions. One, specifically for the Colonel there. I know it's impossible to determine what the time frame is going to be. The area is so big, but is there going to be a map that's going to be updated so that we can follow where these groups are happening, and so that we can kind of guesstimate we're going to be the next block or 3 blocks away or the next city? That's one question. The other question for the fire department is, there is in fact, as you know, if the water district does not give a non-will serve letter, we cannot put water tanks on properties. So if there's a way to get around that, and this was mentioned earlier, even though the water supply is lower than 1,250 for an hour, we would be allowed to put a water tank, even if there is a will serve letter. That's a question for you. And then for the planning department, which I understand is going to be soon unified with building and safety, and that should hopefully streamline the process, make it shorter. In other municipalities, like City of Los Angeles, there's a concurrent submittal at all times between planning and building and safety. Will you allow people to concurrently submit to planning and building and safety for the rebuild process here in the city of Malibu?
All right, we have multiple questions. Chief?
Yeah, I had difficult hearing the question about the water tank. I know it was brought up earlier, and I like the idea. I also like the idea of being able to use the state fire code for that water tank or for the fire flow requirement. But you know, I've spoken with Supervisor Horvath, and she wants us to think out of the box, because if you had a home before the fire and it burns down because of the fire, we need to get you rebuilt. And I know access and water are 2 challenges, but we have to do something differently to allow people, and I like the idea of an on-site water tank. I don't know what that's going to look like, but we really have to explore that, because trying to keep up with the LA County Fire Code fire flow requirements is going to be impossible.
Right. And sorry if I get back, and I had another one before. For Big Rock specifically, and you mentioned access and water flow are the 2 main issues for fire. Big Rock is in a very old neighborhood. Some of the roads are maybe 8 feet, 10 feet wide. Are people going to be able to rebuild without having to enlarge the roads as they are?
Right, and if we build homes that are hardened against fire, and we have the appropriate brush clearance, and we manage the wildfire ecosystem, it's going to be okay that we don't have the requisite fire flow.
And access with the...
Correct, and that access is for fire engines. It's not for your personal vehicle.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
So I can answer maybe the first question or the second question. So we will have an internal database and a public-facing viewer, so that you will be able to look up your property and see sort of the status of it. That product is not live yet. We haven't started our first property yet. That doesn't mean we're not actively building that system. And I am tied in again with the Director of Public Works. We have the layers, so we know where all the parcels are. We know where all the damage information that we're getting. We've got the EPA, when they do their phase 1 and they update their phase 1 information, we will pull that into our viewer, and then there will be, like I said, a public viewer phase. I want to just make a second comment. So if we get, you know, everyone loves an influencer. I love an influencer, and I'm a Malcolm Gladwell fan. If we can get to the tipping point in your neighborhood where we get a few people that sign up for an ROE, and then there's this fear of being left behind, and everyone signs up, and I can get, you know, if I have 20 homes in a neighborhood that burned, and I can get 20 ROEs in that neighborhood quickly, then I can send 2 or 3 crews in that neighborhood. I can spread them out, and then I'm not tracking vehicles all over the place, right? They're going to do one property, and then go to the next property, and then go to the next property, and then before long, that whole neighborhood is done, and I'm done. And I pass that back to the director, and then we go to the next phase of the recovery. So if you can help me, I can help you. Listen, we're all gas and no brakes. all gas and no brakes. We want to go fast, but we want to go safely, and we go at the speed of trust. And I want to build that trust with you, and I want you to use the trust you have with your neighbors to help me get help the county get the ROEs, to help me get the ROEs, so I can help you rebuild your lives and livelihoods on your beautiful land here in Malibu.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we reiterate one point about debris removal. We are still in phase 1 of hazardous waste removal with the Environmental Protection Agency. They have a login on their website, a page that actually shows their story and how long it's taking them and what they are doing that you can access. And that needs to be completed before this phase 2 begins. So I just want to remind people of that, because I don't want you to hold the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to a 3 to 5 day process next week, notwithstanding the form not being available yet, understanding that we have to remove that hazardous material before we actually start this process. Thanks.
All right, I believe the city manager has a comment they want to make.
Yeah, I just want to try to reiterate that we are standing up a separate one-stop shop fire rebuild, community rebuild center, and it's going to be on our City Hall campus, but it will actually be separate from City Hall so that there will be a central place for everyone to go and try to do that. And fortunately or unfortunately, obviously we have a lot of experience with fire rebuilds, so that gives us a leg up on a lot of our neighboring cities that will be able to get through this process as quick as possible.
Question was, what's the timeline to have it up and running?
We're trying to do it right now, so we're trying to build out the office space as we speak, so hopefully in the next week or two.
Well, can I suggest, while we have all of these other experts and agencies, it might be best if we handled questions only for them tonight. We have a city council meeting Monday. Everyone can come ask all the same questions or questions for the city. We're going to be hopefully appointing a committee that's going to be dealing specifically with this fire and the aftermath, and there's going to be plenty of opportunities to deal with us, with the city, to get the city issues nailed down and your answers. But right now we've got this other wealth of information here tonight. Maybe we should just take advantage of finishing up with them if we can.
Yeah, and just so you know, we're going to try and get every person opportunity to speak that wants to, but to take the council member's suggestion, if we could do the outside experts, that would be great. And also, we'd like to have time for one-on-ones. So if it's possible for us to expedite the comments, that would be great. So who's up next, please?
I'd like to make a clarifying comment on the concern about the phase 1 process. EPA, it is true that the process for deep recovery is a phased approach, with EPA handling the first phase of hazardous materials removal and then moving the ability to move into the phase 2 process. EPA has done this work many times for the fire response, including the responding to the Woolsey fire, and every time our phase 1 process has been complete in a timely manner that allowed for phase 2 to continue. So it is not a situation that phase 1, every parcel and phase 1 has to be complete before any phase 2 can start. We will be ahead of the phase 2 crews because the nature of our work is such that we don't need to be as intensive in our activities to remove the hazardous materials. So we plan to be well ahead, and we have consistently been well ahead for every fire response we've done. Thank you.
Okay.
We do have a website. It is epa.gov/California-wildfires, and we'll have some folks after this handing out flyers with that information.
All right, so we can have the next question, please.
Hi, my name is Marnie Cammons. My home burned in the Franklin fire, which was just 3 weeks before this other fire. And I wanted to request that we be included, the Franklin fire be included in all of this FEMA disaster. Right now, I don't qualify to get a free mattress. I don't qualify to get debris removal. I don't qualify to combine coverage in my insurance. I found out after the fact that we were terribly underinsured, and there's no world where we're going to be able to rebuild what we had. If we could be included in FEMA, then we would be able to rebuild. And my neighborhood as well, the house in front of me burned to the ground, the house to the side of me, the house behind me, structures on my property burned. It's structures that were built in 1940. Our whole neighborhood is really devastated, and we don't qualify for all this fast tracking of things and permits, and the Coastal Commission saying it's no permits necessary, you can rebuild like for like. We don't qualify for that, and so I really am here. I hate public speaking. I'm shaking all over. I'm begging you guys to include us in FEMA, or at least include us in all of this fast tracking so that we can be part of the rebuild. I'm from Malibu. I grew up in Malibu. My parents' house burned in the Palisades fire. My grandparents' house burned in the Palisades fire. I'm from here. It's not just a group of celebrities and rich people that can afford to do whatever. The celebrities are at their Aspen house right now. The people here right now are the heart of Malibu, and we need to be included also.
Morning. Senator Allen, Assembly Member Irwin, Supervisor Horvath are all working on trying to get the governor to include the Franklin fire in the emergency declaration, which would trigger all kinds of state benefits. And I'm confident that Congressman Sherman's going to be working on that with respect to FEMA, and I already sent a request to him to talk about it. But I know that the state representatives have been working on this, and the holdup, the governor has a lot on his plate right now, but the holdup is to get the governor to sign the declaration.
And maybe Ben can work on that. I know you, Ben, from high school.
Good morning. Yeah. My friend from high school. Hey, Marnie. Yeah, we're and this just speaks to all the close ties. I mean, there was a time when all the kids from Malibu used to go to Samuel High, and that's how we took photography together. So we're working on the governor. We have to push him. It's our responsibility. We've started that process. You're absolutely right. And they're so inextricably tied, because if it hadn't been for the Franklin fire, this Palisades fire would have been so much worse. This Palisades fire would have been so much worse. So we're working on him, and we just have to keep pushing, and that's our responsibility.
Push for us, Ben. We need you.
Yeah, I hear you, and you did a good job of articulating the kind of ridiculous bureaucratic disparity between you versus someone who lost their home in the Palisades fire. So, yeah. So we're working on it. We haven't gotten him to do it yet, but I have to feel confident we're going to be able to get him to do it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just one thing. Is your property located in the city of Malibu or in the county?
City, I'm in Sarah Retreat.
Okay. So if you are located within the city of Malibu, our local coastal program does have the natural disaster exemption. So it is possible that you will be able to rebuild your home with that exemption. It isn't just what the governor
I can't
did.
combine coverage on my insurance, so I only have a certain amount.
I understand that. There's two separate issues. I just wanted to reiterate to you, when it
For
comes
permits.
to actually doing the construction and submitting in your plans,
Yeah.
your parcel will, if you do the 100 or up to 110%, there is the natural
I need to qualify
disaster.
for debris removal, though, from FEMA, and I don't
I
even
understand.
qualify for that.
There are many people on this dais that are going to work on that issue, but separate, when you do go to rebuild your home, which I wish you do, there is the exemption for from the coastal development permit for your structure. So once all your financial issues are straightened out, we hope that you'll be able to take care of that exemption and rebuild
I
your
don't
home.
even qualify for the loan because it's not FEMA.
Let's do this. Let's have this conversation separately.
Yeah, the city will expedite your permits. Just reach out.
Who's next, please?
Hi, my name is Megan Lorick. I had signed in before a lot of the other people that have already spoken. I want to thank Marnie and Jeremy Fink and Matt Greenberg, who saved my husband's life. I had left around 2 o'clock. I had called the city of Malibu around 1 o'clock because I was getting something on watch duty saying that there was a fire in the Palisades. The city of Malibu said, "What are you talking about? We know nothing about it, and everything is fine." I called again around 2 o'clock when the sheriff was going up the hill. I thought, okay, let me see what's going on. Once again, I was dismissed. I left with my children. I am a mother of 3 triplets, 9 years old. My husband stayed because we thought there's no way that they would let the fire go through Sunset Mesa and burn Big Rock. 8 o'clock at night, I got a hold of my husband, who called me and said, you have to call 911. My truck burned down. I can't breathe. I'm going to die. I called 911. The sheriff's department put me in touch with the fire department, and they said there's nothing we can do for him. I told them exactly where he was, just barely up Big Rock. I called again at 8:23, and I said, I know exactly where he is. He says there's no flames. Please come get him. He cannot breathe. He was taken to, so Matt Greenberg and a sheriff, who, thank you, Sheriff Department, got up to the first house where he was huddled in a van. He was taken to Duke's, needing oxygen. I'm going to finish. And then he was taken by a paramedic and dropped at the library like an animal. He had needed oxygen. I had to leave my triplet children at the hotel and come over Cane and Doom and found him huddled in a corner, shivering with lack of oxygen. I had to take him through Malibu Canyon, which was very difficult because of the winds, to get him to Tarzana Medical, where he stayed there for 2.5 days. Our dog is dead. My husband has lung issues now, and it's because of the lack of protection from the state and our local agencies. And I know about climate change, and so do you. So why the hell don't we have planes positioned in Point Mugu and then in Central California and Northern California? I don't give a damn about your climate change. You knew that there was a problem, and you need more resources. The damn bridge you built for the mountain lions, they're all dead. The millions of dollars of waste in this state. This is the richest state in the country, and you piss it all away. And you know what? It's not you people on the dais, and it's not the fire department. It's the elected officials who take our money and piss it for their special interests. And you know what? My husband's lung damage is on your lives. Betty O'Mara's death is on their heads. And you know what? When my daughter Jen asks me every night about her dog Penny, I want to say to her, you know what, Jen? They weren't going to save your dad, so they sure as hell weren't going to save your dog. Thank you.
John Alfano, Michael Curith, Bambi Young.
That's a difficult follow-up for me to do. My name's Reg Brown. I'm a coastal and structural engineer for the past 42 years in Malibu. I've designed most of the beach houses in Malibu, either coastal engineering or structural engineering or both. I want to address the rebuilding of Malibu, and I'll be very quick about it. First of all, I want to encourage the City Council to appoint Yolanda Bundy as the lead building official for the City of Malibu. Second, City must, and also the federal agencies must, reach out to the local design professionals with the local experience. We do not want to have the federal or the state redesign the wheel on something that has already been in place for a long, long time. So reaching out to the local design professionals is very important. Third, consider separating, and this is for the city manager and the city council, consider separating each city department, that would be the building and safety, planning, public works, and the health department, into 2 categories for review. This will help expedite things. The first category would be beach properties only. The second would be non-beach properties. Okay? If those reviewers in those sections don't fully understand the coastal engineering design values at hand, then each rebuild project will be delayed by unnecessary and repetitive questions. And finally, I want to say that one of the biggest reason why we still have these old buildings on the beach was because of the local coastal program that prevented us from tearing down houses and rebuilding the same size house. In a lot of instances, that house had to be smaller, so the people opted to remodel that house instead of building a safer house. Please consider all of this. Thank you.
John Alfano, Michael Curith, Bambi Young, Heather Naylor.
Okay, so
I'm Heather Michaels, and I'm also with the Neighborhood Council. This is so frustrating. You know, for the homeowners, the residents that have been impacted so severely, you can imagine their frustration. So when they're signaling you out and expressing their pain and their deep concerns, I hope that you're hearing them. I know a lot of you folks.
I'm sorry, can you move closer to the mic?
Yeah,
We're
sorry.
having trouble hearing you.
There's so much frustration. I want to start with the misinformation. There's so much of it. I know that for the most part, folks are doing the best they can to get that information out to the communities, but we have so many elders that are just they're not tech savvy, they're not online, they're not in these meetings, they don't even know about this town hall, they don't know about the town hall tomorrow, they don't know about your Monday night meeting, and that's why I asked that question. You know, how is that meeting going to be available to folks? Can we show up in person? Can I get that information out to our community members? You know, the folks that can't get to their homes, you know, whether they're being told that there's an escort or whether they're just waiting 6 hours to get into the Palisades to even navigate through their property. There's frustration. I've talked to a lot of the senators, a lot of you people up here. I've talked to you, I've worked with you. I'm on the council, but I'm also Network News for 30 years. My commitment is to our community, and we want to make sure folks are getting the information. So what I ask, and I've spoken to Senator Ben Allen's office, he's been fantastic, but there's information that still needs to get out to the public, and they're just not getting it. The last thing I just need to say is there's so much fraud, and I hope that there's somebody addressing that. I talked to Brad Sherman's office. There's a cyber truck with a fake media credential saying that they're first response team. They are not. They've been getting up into the hillside, and they've been harassing homeowners, getting money out of them. And that's just one of many. So I hope that there's somebody here that's addressing that as well, because that's critical. We are in crisis right now, and these folks need help. Thank you.
Public, Mark, did you want to say something?
I did. For the residents that are here, an update on what's happening with our current storm events is probably timely. We are going to have light rainfall tonight, just missed, but tomorrow by 4 o'clock we expect the rainfall to be fairly intense. The city of Malibu has been working with the Los Angeles County Flood Control District to prepare for this rain event, and particularly in those areas of Franklin Fire and the Palisades Fire area. So you've probably seen our folks actively placing sandbags and K-rail and things in your neighborhoods. That's in an attempt to keep the sediment within the street system and not into the waterway system. So those of you that have been talked to already, we did identify vulnerable locations and we visited your properties if there's still a structure there and or you are populating it. And so I'm assuming, but it's not a good assumption that you've all heard from us, so I just want to give you the following advice. For those of you that live in a burn scar area where you have a slope behind your house and there may be debris, a potential debris flow, we do expect that potential to increase starting Sunday, as I said, at 4 o'clock and through Monday. We are recommending that you remain in residence in the event that we have that kind of rainfall. So you want to make provisions to have food and water and shelter in place for that situation. We are calling it a phase 1 debris flow, which means that we do expect debris, but not of the significance that we would have you evacuate, so that is not an evacuation warning. The other thing is there will be road closures as a part of this, and the one key road I wanted to let you know about is at 5 o'clock tomorrow, Malibu Canyon Road will be closed to traffic. PM, thank you. 5 p.m. So 1700 tomorrow, Sunday, until further notice, Malibu Canyon Road will be closed due to traffic.
All right, we've reached the end of our people that have signed up to speak, and
So just to clarify, we have not reached the end of the speaker signups, but for those of you that are coming to the mic that have not signed up, we do ask that you allow those that have signed up to come up to the microphone and ask their questions.
yeah, we want to get through all the people that have signed up, but if you haven't signed up, it'll have to be a one-on-one. We want to take everybody's questions, and we want to take care of every person that's here. But also remember that we have a limited availability of these people. Just as you heard the Public Works Director, we have issues that need to be addressed. We have the fire chief here, the captain, So we do need to let these people get back to their other jobs if we can. So, yeah, let's only go by names that have been called. So,
John Alfano, Michael Curith, Bambi Young, Heather Naylor.
okay.
John Alfano,
John, let's come on up and please speak. And let's try and stay within a minute and a half, please.
Well, I'm not John, but I signed up. My name's Cheryl Torrey, and my home burned down on Eagle Pass. And
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
My home burned down on Eagle Pass, and I had all kinds of fire escape. I had the fire patrol come out and advise me. I did a whole fire retard spray over my house, and it burned. And so I wanted to shift. I know a lot of people have been asking similar questions, and I want to shift just a little bit, because I think our focus needs to be on, we've talked about controlled burns, but I think, we talked about the Shumash and how they were stewardships for the land. I think it's a wake-up call for California as a whole and Malibu as a microcosm to stand strong and be stewardships for our land and take an active role. And in that focus, I also wanted to talk about, for the city of Malibu, specifically about rebuilding sustainable homes and allowing, cob building, allowing adobe building with the sandbags, and allowing earth building, because a lot of places in California do allow that, and I think it's imperative that we build those because they're earthquake safe and they're fire safe.
Thank you. If we could ask the people that have conversations to go outside, it's very difficult for us to hear up here, and if we want to get to all the speakers that have had their names called. And as we said, if you haven't got your name on the list, we're going to ask you to do the one-on-ones. But let's go with the next person up. Who's next?
Okay. And just as a quick reminder as well, in regards to signing up to speak, is that QR code that you saw as you arrived here. We did not have advanced signups to speak, so if there's anyone thinking that they filled out the web form for this evening, that was released earlier this week, that is not applicable to this town hall. Make sure you scan that QR code. If you can recite your name, just to make sure we have it.
Yeah, Roxanne White. I live right up above Toronto, and my house was burned to the ground. My parents have, in our family, we've had the property for 68 years. Okay, so we know a lot about Malibu and its disasters and how many fires we've lived through. But what I want to know is that, everyone's talking about the rebuild process, and as long as you do same-like structure that was burnt down, then you'll be exempt from all these things and you'll have an expedited process. Well, I drove from from my house to Santa Monica yesterday. The only houses that were standing were smooth plaster, stucco, or concrete houses, or a house that wasn't those things that had one of those houses next door. Why would I build the same house so that the next fire, it can be tinder again? I don't think it's fair. And as far as the upgrades to make it a hard upgrades, who's going to pay for that? I mean, the insurance companies had caps of $300 a square feet. Who's paying for the extra upgrades? My question also is, what is the cost of all these permits going to cost us when we're in distress? And the third thing about the water is that, in my lifetime where I've, as an adult lived out here raising kids since over 35 years, almost 40, we've been paying for an infrastructure, a water infrastructure improvement assessment on our water bills since I moved here, and I'm sure my parents paid for it too. Where has all that money gone? Because everybody says, oh, we need to, the infrastructure isn't there, it's old, it's this. Who has been using that money, and what have they been using that money for?
So I'm going to attempt to answer the question with regards to the building and the improvements. When we're talking about building back like for like, that is incorporating the upgrades in the code, for the building code, to ensure that your new home will incorporate the fire prevention and safety and the life safety items that have been adopted in the code standards since your original home was built.
Right, but not just for, those things. What about the materials? The materials cost more.
All right, I believe Steve Hudson,
all right,
Coastal Commission.
Thank you. I'd be happy to speak just toward the issue of this like for like and confirming what Mayor Pro Tem Reagan's had explained. In regard to, I can't speak to the cost, but I can speak toward the permitting process and note that under the Coastal Act and the same provisions which have been passed into the city's local coastal program, the idea is that you get to build back the size of the structure in the same approximate location. And there is no concern about updating those materials, changing those materials. In fact, we, the Coastal Commission and the city, would encourage building back with fire hardening as part of that design.
But our insurance policies didn't allow us to insure our houses for the cost of doing that.
I hear that. I won't be able to respond to the insurance questions, but I just wanted to note that
now,
we are in...
if you make a code in Malibu from here on out, then most of our insurance policies would cover, because they cover upgrade of code.
I'm going to turn to the city for code questions, but I just wanted to note that we are in support of that, and the idea of building back with different materials will be supported.
Marianne?
So with the building code questions, the city of Malibu does adopt the LA County adoption of the California Building Code. So your insurance, we are adopting the codes that are current with the state of California and the county of Los Angeles. So your insurance company should recognize that we are staying within the code requirements of modern codes.
And every insurance company's policy may be different, so you just need to check with your particular insurance company. Joe, did you have something, or Bruce?
We're going to be having a meeting like this at some point in time that deals specifically with insurance issues, because they're going to be one of your largest headaches, and we're going to have to, everyone needs to understand how to deal with the insurance companies. So we're hoping the insurance commissioner's office will provide a participant, and we'll have hopefully some disinterested, independent, very smart lawyers and adjusters, and we'll go through all of that, because the insurance company is not going to be your friend, and you need to learn how to deal with them.
Joe, did you have a point?
And I think there was a point of clarification in there. The like for like means the size of the structure and the location, not necessarily what it looks like or how you build it. It's the size.
Yeah. Okay, next speaker, please.
Yeah, my name is Bambi Young. I am an Arson Watch volunteer. I do not live in the city, but have lived in Malibu for over almost 35 years. Though Coral Canyon, where I live, is not in the city, given the way Santa Ana's goes, northeast winds, if we burn, you guys are likely to get it. Therefore, we have been in our canyon, very, very active about trying to prevent damage, not just to us, but to the whole community. That we have probably one of the most active Arson Watch centers, hubs. It's run by somebody in Coral Canyon. And what I'd like to address here is actually the Southern California Edison's role in how do we handle protecting us and you. So if there's is there somebody from Southern California Edison here? Yes. Okay. For us, for those of us who are in the neighborhoods, eyes on all the time, PSPS is a disaster. It does not work. And the reason it doesn't work is that we can't communicate. Our whole job is to patrol and make sure if something comes up, we can communicate with emergency services, we can communicate with people so they can evacuate appropriately. It has not worked. I'm sure it's well-intentioned, but the fact is, everybody needs accountability. Where is the accountability for SCE? Why?
Thank you. Your time is up.
May I make one suggestion? You guys need to coordinate with the people who have eyes on all the time. There's Arson Watch, there's community people, they're in the neighborhood. They can tell you what the situation is, but without power, we cannot communicate.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, and we're well aware that when the power is out, it creates a hardship, including some communication. That said, we coordinate with our public safety, county and city public safety officials prior to any de-energization. I know you think it doesn't work, but we utilize public safety power shutoffs to prevent the ignition of fire from our equipment. And in reviewing the destruction that happened after the windstorms from 2 weeks ago, well, we are actually looking at burying the lines here with. So with our work here in Malibu with the destruction that occurred in the neighborhoods here, we are looking at undergrounding the lines in those neighborhoods that were devastated. And we're working to accelerate that work utilizing the expedited processes at the federal, state, and local level so that we can expedite that work, and it actually will help facilitate then the rebuild of those neighborhoods. So there are 2 circuits in particular that were heavily damaged as a result of the Palisades fire, the Nicholas and Vicasa circuits. And so along PCH, that area that was devastated, we'll underground there, and then along the 2 circuits. Why not underground all of it? We can't underground all of it at this time.
Let's please be respectful and allow her to answer the questions.
So our plans are further undergrounding. We have targeted undergrounding, focusing in on high fire risk areas where egress and ingress have been a significant challenge, or where there's a high risk if our poles fall that it creates an ingress or egress, so a departure or an ingress of the fire suppression resources. So that's where our focus has been. Like I said. No, let me have Robert speak to that. So Robert Lloyd is our leader on our.
Let's do one thing. I think it's appropriate that the SCE have its own comments here separate. We're getting 2-way conversations in the audience. Let's get through your questions and then let's come back to SCE because I think they need to be clarifying their comments.
So
who's got the next question?
Will they will come back while we're still here? There's not.
While we're still here.
Because I think this is a real problem for those of us who actually live there. SCE doesn't cause all the fires, but if a fire is caused and our communications are out, people will die.
Okay.
So our next speaker at the mic should be Heather Naylor. Heather Naylor.
Heather.
Teresa.
Can I talk, please? I'm Bill Rhodes, and I've been the #1 agent for the eastern part of Malibu that burnt and been heavily invested in this since the fire, hundreds of phone calls, talked to many of you. You know me, I've gathered information, talked to engineers and all, and at least 50 calls over the last few days with questions on what to do to expedite the system on the rebuilding so we don't relive the Woolsey fire where foundations were ruined in the cleanup. And Colonel, this is for you. Protect the foundations. The foundations are gold. If the foundations are destroyed in the past, it turns into having to do soils reports. with the backup, with the engineering and all, that could take years at this point right now. We had the discussion, if in the 93 fire they were framing, within 2 months they were framing, there were houses built within a year on the exact same foundation. We discussed the 10% extra. The 10% extra does no good if you have to engineer that portion and not. So if it could be, if part of the foundation is damaged, if it could be replaced with like, if the 10% could be replaced with like, to expedite the system and get it through, it will help immensely. The backlog is going to be unbelievable. There aren't that many builders to go around, et cetera, et cetera. One other thing, too, that we're already seeing through give me one more second because this is important. There's already predatory land buyers out. There's going to be predatory adjusters that come in saying they're going to get you, promise you that we'll get you so much more. That is false. They'll charge 10%, they'll take the low-hanging fruit and go. You're much better off letting the adjuster come in, talk to your local insurance agent who is not the one that is writing the check. They'll help, and then if they can't help, then you can go with a verified adjuster or an attorney at that point. The other one is an attorney told me that in the Woolsey fire, predatory attorneys also saying, we want you on board for a lawsuit, et cetera. And then the other one are the landlords right now. You can't raise your rent over 10% if you were previously listed, and you can't go more than 160% of what the real value would be. Otherwise, you can be prosecuted. And if you are the owner of the property doing that, you can get up to a year in jail for doing that. That Compass, the company I work for, they are turning down business right now.
Okay.
But
all right.
The foundations are the main thing.
All right, let's do this. We're going to call the next speaker off the list. So the next speaker is who, please?
So I'm going to read the list, and then if we can line up in that order at the mic, these are individuals who have signed up to speak. We need to make it through this list before anyone else who has not signed up is able to speak. Heather Naylor, Teresa Verbin, Rafi Antibai, Ian Roven, Norm Haney, David Cranston, Nora Cohen.
And when you come up to the mic, please state your name, please.
Is that the whole list?
No, it's not.
That's the next 5 speakers that are on the list. If those people can come, if they're not here, we'll go on to the next set.
Who's next? It's Heather Nayland, please.
Is Heather here?
Who's
Teresa Verbin, Rafi Antibai.
If you hear your name, please raise your hand and move up to the front.
Yes.
Ian Roven, Norm Haney.
I think I saw Ian.
Go ahead.
Ian's next.
Ian, then Norm.
Good evening, City Council members. And
Norm, please speak up.
Okay. Good evening. I think that the future is going to be good, because I think now we understand what's necessary to protect houses. We need to harden the houses. We need to do fuel modification, especially on properties that are owned by the government. And I think that we should do that fuel modification on ridge lines so that the fire can be defended against on those ridge lines and prevented from jumping over. In addition to that, the fuel modification zones, zones A, B, and C, will clear 200 feet around the property. There's one element that we don't have. We don't have water. And we're not going to get water in the near future to protect us in a wildfire. However, we have a tried and true protected way to have water, It's called private water tanks, anywhere between 10,000 gallons and 20,000 gallons. Now, Calamigos Ranch was saved from the Woolsey fire because it had its own source of water.
Thank you.
And a sprinkler system.
All right, Ian Rovin, please. Thank you, Norm.
I wonder,
Thank you very much.
Should I say again, you know, I know everybody wants to speak, and we want to hear from everybody, but there are issues that are Malibu specific, and there are issues that pertain to the other experts we have lined up here from other agencies, and it really is a waste of their time and the community's time if we're not getting the answers we need from the other experts from the other agencies, because we're here all the time. We're going to be here Monday night, we're going to be here every day after that. You can talk to us offline, you can talk to us at city council meetings, but you can't talk to the Coastal Commission, you can't talk to the LA County Fire Department, you can't talk to CAL FIRE. Please ask them the questions you need answered, because otherwise you're wasting the community's time not allowing those answers to be received.
And we just want to respect the people that signed up appropriately, and then we'll see about everybody else. We'll try and work it all through.
After Ian Rovin will be David Cranston, Nora Cohen, Elizabeth Boyajan, Ravi Osnai.
Ian Rovin, please.
Hi, my name's Ian. I grew up here, went to this high school, opened businesses here, started my family here, and this is mostly for everybody in the crowd. What is going to be our identity coming out of this? There's a dark cloud over this community now, not literally because of the ensuing rain that's about to happen and probably destroy more homes and property, but I hope that we can try to find ways to be good to each other. I know about 80% of you on the stage there. I grew up with your kids. You come eat at the restaurants, and the dolphin stickers, they don't work. We need to find a way for some of the community members who have food to donate to the first responders or the people who are still here trying to save their homes so we can feed them. Malibu is a force. We have doctors, lawyers, restaurateurs, vets. There's people ready to be mobilized. We don't need to wait for outside help. Find a way to help us get back into our own city. And that's it. Thank you.
Next name, please.
David Cranston, followed by Nora Cohen, Elizabeth Boyajan, Ravi Osnai.
Hi, thank you. This is David Cranston. First, I'm going to speak to the Colonel and the EPA. You've talked about the 3 inches of ash, top ash, which is probably where you're going to find the hazardous materials. If you don't get rid of that, that stuff's going to enter the environment either by airborne or through the rains that we're going to have. So while you're dithering about ROEs and phasing and characterizing and make sure it goes to the right landfill, that stuff's all getting breathed in by our community and adjacent communities or washing into our creeks or into the oceans. So get on it. There's sufficient imminent risk that you can exercise the police powers that are used every day to get in there and clean that stuff up. And we should have some air monitors. The air monitoring that we get, of course, from AQMD is mostly the PM. We need to know if we have air toxics in our communities and our neighborhoods. So if we do have issues with the ash being entrained in the air, we should know about it, and somebody needs to bring some resources to bear on that. Lastly, on the response, I just want to say I came down Rambla Pacifico at 11 p.m. Fire coming up over the road, got to the bottom, and I saw a whole lot of firemen, a whole lot of fire engines, wondering what the heck they should do. I asked them, I said, what are you doing here? Our fire, our neighborhood is about to burn. They said, well, we've been told to stage here. Well, I hung out on PCH for a long time, hoping to get back to the house and save it after the fire had passed through. And I saw at least 15 or 20 engines sitting there doing nothing. The homes at PCH could have been saved. The homes on the land side and the ocean side. Now, I understand it may have been too dangerous to get into Rambla Vista or Rambla Pacifico, but those trucks were sitting around with no one telling them what to do. I do not question the courage or heart of any of our firemen. They're brave guys, but I do question the command structure. I question the ability of what you guys have set up to be able to direct and command a multi-jurisdictional response. There were people standing around that could have saved hundreds of millions of dollars worth of homes, people's lives, and they were told, nobody told them what to do.
Okay,
Thank you.
Who's the next name up, please?
Nora Cohen.
Wait, are we going to answer that? Yeah, so I'd like to answer the question about the air monitoring, specifically US EPA's actions when we're conducting hazardous materials. Generally, we are doing that by hand, and we don't kick up significant amounts of ash to require air monitoring. I'll let the Colonel speak to Phase 2 activities.
Yeah, so as my colleague from the EPA said, the EPA is working right now to remove those Phase 1, the most dangerous of dangerous household hazardous materials. When we do Phase 2, and we can't do it without a right of entry. The federal government can't come on your property and do a taking without you giving us the authority. And we are working with the county and with all the cities on that process, and we will have it out to you very quickly so that you can sign up and we can get on and get that out. And we will take 6 inches of soil in the ash footprint so that we get those hazard materials safely transported to the appropriate landfill. Now, we are very concerned about our own crews who are working in the ash footprint. And so they will be in proper personal protective equipment to include masks, full Tyvek suit, booties, and they will sort of wash in and wash out of of the impacted areas. They will also wear personal air monitors, and we will have perimeter air monitors up. We are not a public health agency. We do that for the health of our own employees. We can monitor that, but we do share it with public health agencies so they can be informed. If we do get hits on our air monitors, our perimeter air monitors, we will change our methods or modify our methods so that we protect ourselves, but also the communities around us. Thank you.
Okay. Chief, did you want to say something?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've just asked the Assistant Chief, Drew Smith, to come down and see you and get all that information. Where it was, what time it was, where they were from. Absolutely. Yeah, so Drew, if you're in can you make yourself known, please?
He's right behind you.
Okay, there you go. Drew's going to come down and see you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you deserve an answer.
Okay. Who's the next speaker by name, please?
Hi, Nora Cohen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Nora Cohen, family of 5 as well, Big Rock neighborhood, and I do want to sort of follow up on that previous amazing, firsthand account. We are tired of our reality being denied. Chief, I appreciate all of your experience and expertise, but those are 100-mile-an-hour gusts maybe in the morning. By the evening when my husband left, 30, 40-mile-an-hour gusts. Our neighborhood was left abandoned. And my question is for the chief, it's for Lindsay. Sheila Kuhl, after the Woolsey fire, promised additional airstrikes, air support, all kinds of things, right? We were gonna learn from this. She also said, and in her report, and I would love to learn Lindsay's report, she said that the issue was the power shutoffs. Well, the thing is, we've had power shutoffs. We had a fire in November, we had a fire in Malibu in December, and we had an annihilation fire, an annihilation of our neighborhood and all of eastern Malibu, and not to mention Palisades and Eaton. So help me understand how we have not learned. And my question isn't my question, it's my son's question. I was dropping him off at Webster Elementary. Thank God it didn't burn. Most of my friends' schools burned in the Palisades, my kids' friends. And my kid didn't ask about his home. Chief, you said, oh, your home burned, sorry, buddy. My child asked, Mommy, look at all these firefighters. Right? Look at all these firefighters in Malibu. Why couldn't they save our neighborhood? Why couldn't they save my friends' homes? And we would like an answer as to the airstrike support that morning. We saw 2 super scoopers, and that is it. We saw 1 helicopter, and that is it. Hughes Fires had 8 airstrikes overnight in similarly windy conditions. All right? We need to understand the complete abysmal failing of what happened in the Palisades fire, and we will not let this rest, and we will not let any of you deny our reality, as that gentleman said, and so many others in our neighborhood. Arda, who spoke earlier, said if there was just 1 fire truck in the neighborhood to deal with the embers that came through in the first gust, in the first and only major gust, they could have put out all those ember fires and all the cherry whatever lines of homes that went up because there were no firefighters. And we also want to know one last question. Who told firefighters they should not go up Big Rock? We've heard that it's because it's 1 road in, 1 road out. Y'all, there's a fire road that goes all the way to Topanga. All right, so that is not true, and we want answers. So those are all my questions, and please answer my 10-year-old son's question. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So as you're aware, Supervisor Horvath and Catherine Barger called for the investigation. We're going to have to wait for it. I believe everything you said, but I also know that we have also stories of triumph over tragedy. I'm absolutely sure of that. And I can speak, I'm here to speak to LA County firefighters, and you know as well as I do that this fire started in the city of Los Angeles and came into the county, and I'm responsible for the county fire department, and I'll take responsibility.
We pay to have your agency support and protect us. You had 8 hours to set something up for Malibu, and you did not do it. I didn't see one firefighter. You did not, and that is our reality. You understand me?
Yes, I do.
You cannot re-victimize us again by denying our reality.
I'm here to speak for LA County Fire and what we did, not the other 28 fire departments in LA County, but I hear you, I believe you. They're going to do an investigation so you can have an answer. You deserve an answer.
Okay. Who's the next speaker's name?
Elizabeth Boyajan, Ravi Asanai, Jill Pauley, Heather Michaels, Jason Ventris.
I wanted to talk about weather. Colonel, if we have a little bit of rain, if we have a lot of rain, we're going to have mudslides. If we have a lot rain, we're going to have earth slides. Until you get your ROE, until you start the process, there are homes above us because Malibu is a hillside. It's not flat. So as opposed to other flat communities, you can wait. The minute we have moisture, even moisture off the ocean, allowing this to get into the ash and coming downhill, how do we protect PCH, the other side, the beach side, the ocean, you know, the storm drains, our houses, the houses on Paseo Sierra, on Rambla Vista? How do we do that in the interim other than just pray that there's no rain? That's the first question I have. The second question I have is related to, just as one example, I was there today. I saw 17 houses at risk that are still standing, but may not be standing depending on how many inches of rain we have between here and the end of this season, and or whether we are able to do from a public works standpoint, and maybe that's not the correct department, putting back together the retaining walls that we had built post-1993. I was here in 93. The fires were horrific. We lost 382 houses, 18,000 acres. And then the mudslides were, from at least an infrastructure standpoint, even more devastating. So I guess, is there a process in place from a public works or a retaining wall standpoint for us to at least report so that you guys can go out and say, okay, this is important, we're going to lose these houses, and this is going to be put on our priority list?
So let me answer your first question, and then I'm going to pass it off to my colleague, the Director of Public Works. So the Los Angeles District of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has been supporting this county since 1902. We have authorities from Congress under flood control and coastal evacuation that allow us to use funds, congressionally appropriated funds, to support the county in flood emergencies. And so we work closely. We are working, as we speak, we are working hand in hand with the Director of Public Works, as we have for decades, to prevent any of those contaminants or just any of stormwater that shouldn't be getting to the ocean from getting to the ocean. And so I'm going to pass it to the DPW Director, but that's from the Corps' perspective. We are laser focused on that problem and dedicated to protecting the environment from the rain on fire event.
But if it rains before you get the ROE for the houses on the hills, what happens?
Sir, if I can answer your question. So one of the components of our department is the Los Angeles County Flood Control District. And I am the chief engineer of that district in my role. All of the area of Malibu is within that district. And so what we've done this year in, year out. We are currently operating the flood control system. Some components, there are not a lot of components here in the Malibu, but there are portions of it in the Palisades area and along the coastline, as you're aware of, I'm sure. We've been making assessments. As you heard earlier, I was making that phase 1 forecast. Given the extent of this burn, we've gone into full, disaster mode on the flood control district side We sought, as Colonel said, we've reached out and sought support from the local district commander, Colonel Baker, who is now engaging with us in damage assessment of the flood control system. So that's the larger component pieces, channels, outlets, beach outlets, all those components to quickly repair under the authorities that we have and under the authority that the governor gave us on the EO that allows us to operate swiftly without having to pull certain permits that we use it to pull. So we're rapidly repairing and putting into place the capacity for the larger regional flood control system. And then at the local level and the lot level, we have been out reviewing the SCAR itself and your residents in conjunction with the city of Malibu and other cities that are within the jurisdiction, using authority with Cal OES, which is really good, with the work team from Cal OES to look at what might be done to address what you're addressing, and that is even at lot level sediment management and debris control. So if you look at what's been happening in the city, it started here, started up in the Palisades. We've activated over 1 million sandbags throughout the area. We've got K-Row going with the objective of saving people's lives, property, and protecting the environment, which is what Colonel Swenson's talking about. Down to your property, though, right at your property line there, you're saying you have a situation where there's a burn and you have maybe a retaining wall that's been burned or something that would maybe stabilize, you need to get it restabilized. We can work with City Malibu. I'm sure City Malibu, they're here too, is if we deem that to be a debris maintenance device or stabilization for landslide, I'm sure we can work with the City of Malibu to write that as something that should be constructed. We may not be able to come out and reconstruct a wall for you, but we should certainly be able to rapidly permit those repairs necessary to stabilize the slopes until we can get to you with the Army Corps of Engineers to clear your property and rebuild. Long answer, but something you should know, that we're actively focusing on your slopes, your debris control here in the Malibu and the rest of the county area. Please call our offices for free engineering advice, by the way. You can reach that at our dispatch number. There's actually a line, I don't have it right on me, but if you call our dispatch number at 1-800-675-4357, they will take that order. We can come and do an assessment of your property and write it up for you. Maybe justify what even for your insurance companies, the need to repair these things before you actually have building permits for the whole house.
Okay. Who's the next speaker by name, please?
Jill Pauley, followed by Heather Michaels, Jason Ventris, Ted Vale, Brian Goldberg.
Hi, Jill Pauley. I'm here with my husband, Brandon. We lost our house on January 8th. We were in the La Costa Hillside neighborhood. I have a very specific and new question. We are in a situation where, unfortunately, our living expenses are not paid for by our insurance, which means we're in a situation where we will need to pay very expensive LA rent on top of a mortgage of our burned out house. Financially, we're not really in a position to do that. My question is, will we be able to, similar to the Woolsey fire, have a temporary RV permit?
Yes, we are looking at that and trying to bring that as quickly as possible to the council so they can make those policy decisions and hopefully allow that.
While you're taking that into consideration, I just hope that please be mindful that this will be an important piece. I'm sure I'm not the only one in this boat, but an important piece to people being able to rebuild. Thank you.
Steve Hudson has a comment too.
Yes, just would like to add a little bit of information for folks who will be looking for temporary housing during this disaster. After the Woolsey fire, the city staff approached the commission, and we were able to work together at a very quick speed to process a local coastal program amendment for the city. It passed through the ability for the city to issue, I believe it's an emergency permit, but effectively a type of waiver that the city would process that allows, under certain circumstances, if it's going to be located on the same building pad, wouldn't require grading, that the city would then authorize those sorts of temporary structures.
Thank you.
All right. Next.
Jason Ventris. followed by Ted Vale, followed by Brian Goldberg, followed by Miriam Marcus.
Ready? Ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. Jason Ventris. My property was built in 1928 and was upgraded back in 2000, and it was permitted to code. It was one of the many older homes on Topanga Beach or Las Tunas Beach. Based on your beachfront experience in Maui, if our homeowners opt in for public debris removal, can we still save our caissons and grade beams? Also, if my seawall was legally built to code in 2000, at that time, and when the home was upgraded with permits, will I be able to use that same wave uprush report from that time? Also, what provisions do you have to save partially damaged seawalls? Also, is there going to be a fee waiver for proven rebuild residents? And it's a wrap. Thank you.
So let me address the first part of the question. So we did have coastal properties in Maui, and we worked very closely with Maui County at the time and FEMA and the landowner. So it's tricky when we're talking about removing foundations or and whether we remove foundations or the state or when the big government, right? When someone comes in and removes a foundation, we are very cautious about removing foundations from any kind of a home built on a side, hillside, seaside, cliffside, because sometimes those foundations are there. First of all, they may be very expensive because they were there to protect the earth from sliding or moving, or it's in a sensitive ecological area. Say it's anchored into the ocean. And so we know that the permitting process to get those in the first place is challenging. So we work very closely, and we try to avoid doing, if we were tasked to remove a foundation, those are ones which we would have the engineers closely involved in to make sure that we're not taking anything that's going to cause more harm. Now, all those decisions, as I mentioned earlier, the rights of entry process is still in its final stages, and the whole purpose of it is to give landowners options. So you can opt in and have options on how the program is executed. So I don't want to go into details because it hasn't come out yet. But if you were on the ocean and you had, say, large caissons, it would be our preference to essentially cut the structural steel above the caisson. Again, we're trying to remove the public health threat. That's the purpose. So we would be intentional in how we remove that, so we didn't remove the caisson. Same if you're on the side of a cliff and your foundation was deep into the earth in order to hold everything in place. We would not want to remove anything that caused the rest of the foundation to fall into the ravine. I don't know if that answers your question exactly, but
it's very helpful.
Yeah, we would. Those are what we call like complex properties. So we have sort of the standard debris removal for maybe the easier properties, and then we would pull off the more complex ones, and we would deal with those on a one-off basis, and that's what we've done in other places with great success.
And what about that wave uprush thing and the other parts of those questions?
So in terms of seawalls and other coastal defenses to help prevent from coastal erosion, those we'd have to work with FEMA and the landowner to see if they're eligible for debris removal. Oftentimes, those are not eligible for the Corps within the Corps authority given to us by FEMA. But I think those are those are unique properties, and we would love to have the opportunity to work with FEMA and you and the state to figure out what we can do that meets the owners. It's in the best interest of the community because we want to protect the coastline.
And did the city of Malibu say anything about considering waiving fees for residents of rebuild permits or anything to that nature?
Yeah, we can't preempt the council yet. They'll have to make that policy decision, but there is precedent there. We will probably propose a similar program that Woolsey, and then the council can make that decision very soon. Yep.
All right, next speaker by name, please.
Ted Vale.
Ted Vale, 50-year resident of Malibu. My former home in Big Rock burned, where I raised my kids. My current home hasn't burned yet, but if Micra, Joe Edmondson, has his way, he'll build a campground, and it'll take that one down. Is there anybody from Micra here at all? Nobody.
From who? I'm sorry, Fred.
Joe Edmondson.
Oh, MRCA. Yes.
MCRA. Is there anybody here? No? Why not? You caused the fire by not allowing the area to be cleared of brush. You caused the fire. I'm also here for Arson Watch. We're going to try to protect you if Southern California Edison allows us to talk to people. We go out there, we have 90 people who go out and look for arsonists, looters, people building fires, and we will try to protect you, but it's ridiculous what Southern California Edison is doing. Power on, power off. Your lawyers are running the show. Your lawyers are running the show. Thank you.
Brian Goldberg, Mariam Marcus, Barry Haldeman, Larry Green.
Hi, Brian Goldberg. My house of 25 years burned to the ground as well. I'm sorry I was late to the meeting. I was visiting my evacuated horses, one of which passed away on the evacuation, so it was kind of tragic. But anyway, I came late to the meeting, and the first thing I heard was someone say, "Take advantage of the disaster." And that kind of like struck a chord with me, because I'm seeing hundreds of Edison trucks putting up power poles, replacing power poles. They've probably already replaced hundreds of poles already. I mean, the whole PCH is closed. This is a perfect opportunity to dig a trench and put all the pole wires underground. I'm sure every time Edison shuts the power off, they're losing millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars every time the power goes off. This would keep the power on, which is power's kind of critical to our safety at this point in humanity. Keeps us informed, keeps us healthy, old people, machines can operate, etc. This is the time to take advantage of the disaster and put these power poles underground once and for all. I mean, I have clients come from all around the world, third world countries, and they're like in shock that we have power poles above ground. I mean, every other country in the world has all their power underground. And in our climate with 100-mile-an-hour winds, where we have to shut the power off because we have power poles, it doesn't make any sense. We're one of the wealthiest communities in the world, and yet we have power poles that even third world countries don't have anymore. So that's the first most important thing I have to say. But the other thing I have to say about take advantage of the disaster is Pacific Coast Highway is ugly. It's ugly, all those plastic things and all the disgusting Caltrans signs and all that nonsense. This is a good opportunity to let's beautify and let's build Malibu back more beautiful, better, no power poles, and safer and cleaner. And, this is a chance, God has given us to make Malibu better than it has been, not worse.
Thank you.
So,
SCE has a comment.
Real quick, because I do think it would be helpful just to have a session specifically around our restoration and rebuild plans. The power poles that are going up on PCH are for lights. So Caltrans has lighting on PCH, and so we're putting the poles up to put the lighting back. We're not planning to put power lines back up on those lines at this time. Our plan is to do exactly what you just said and dig a trench and underground.
Great.
So.
Okay. That's fantastic. But I'm also on Rambla.
We'll come back with additional detail around our plans along the canyon roads as well that were destroyed. So we do have additional undergrounding, but I think it's just a lot here. So Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I think just having a special session, we're happy to come back and just sort of explain the plan at this time.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up, I'm on Rambla Pacifico. They're doing the same thing. All the power poles up Rambla Pacifico. There's hundreds of trucks going up there, replacing all the poles. I mean, it's great that they're so proactive in getting the electricity turned back on, but at the same time, this is a golden opportunity for them to dig a trench. They could just get a few trench digging heavy equipment. I mean, I know you're laughing, but it's really not that deep. I mean, you dig a trench and you throw the conduit down there. It's really got to be cost equivalent to putting the poles in, and then the savings of not having to shut the power off would pay for it.
We
You know what I
hear
mean?
We hear you. Let's have the
Okay.
SCE conversation.
Thank you,
after
and
the
thank you
meeting.
all for this meeting and coming and doing what you're doing. I really appreciate everything that you guys work for and do, and having this meeting. So thank you. Good night.
All right, let's try to stay to somewhere close to the minute and a half, and because we have people here that are going to run out of clock. As we said earlier, we've got some key people that need to be on scene, working to make sure we don't have a problem tomorrow. So who's next by name, please?
Is there somebody by name? Otherwise,
Miriam Marquez, Barry Haldeman, Larry Green, Danusha Larson, Steve Wiseman, Skylar Peak.
Hi, good evening. Larry Green. I'm a lifelong Malibu resident, and I have a question for Southern California Edison and the gas company. If you're here, I'm in the Rambla neighborhood. I was fortunate that my home is not burned. A number of my neighbors have not burned. Trying to understand the timing of when we think power will get back on in the Rambla. Also, similar to the mayor's question, I'd like to get a sense on PCH timing. Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it 2 months, 6 months? Give us some sense of when PCH might open up. Thank you.
Okay, PCH.
Yes, we kind of spoke about it. The supervisor and I spoke about it a little bit earlier. So we are working hard to get PCH open. We have a lot of workers on PCH right now with all the utilities and road crews. We keep pushing them every single day. We meet at 11 o'clock for an update. Where are you at? When can we open?
Is it a week? Is it a month?
That's the question we keep. We have not received a hard date yet.
How about a soft date?
I don't even have a soft date, but I will tell you this. When it does open, again, I just want to caution everybody, it's going to be one lane.
Okay.
So we're working on that. I don't have an answer for you.
And SCE and SoCal Gas, please.
Yeah, so just real quickly, we don't have an estimated time for restoration in all the areas of Malibu. We're still doing damage assessments and doing the repair work. The power poles that you are seeing going up is to put up telecommunications equipment similar to what we're doing on PCH. We are not planning to put the power lines back up. For most of those neighborhoods, the plan is to underground. So those neighborhoods may temporarily be powered by generators until we get the undergrounding done.
Yeah, undergrounding can take 6 months to get back to our
Yeah, our power plans don't impact when you can go back into your home.
without living in your home.
Yes,
without power, 'cause I
and that's how we'll temporarily power those homes while we move forward with the undergrounding plans.
Because I got a water tank, it doesn't work unless there's power.
Okay.
So I do want to mention that we actually have field service representatives and meter techs that are actually going door. Can you hear me? Sorry. We actually have meter techs and field service representatives that are going door by door, parcel by parcel, and actually assessing to ensure, and these are for people that have not already been energized, assessing to ensure that we can deliver power. And so in those instances, they're going to leave a door hanger on your home, and then you go to the website, you call on the number and give them your information, and then that's how we're building a strategy to be able to say, hey, we're going to give you a generator or temporary power, or, it kind of helps us be able to repower you. And so they are out there, and I want to make sure people are aware of that.
And SoCal Gas,
Yeah,
please.
for SoCal Gas, we've restored about 3,400 customers so far. We have about 1,500 left to go. We've swept the whole city and assessed, similar to Edison, assessed every meter and structure that we're able to restore. We've left door hangers, and if you have not been restored, we want you to call our 1-800-427-2200 or check on our website, socalgas.com, fires, and we'll get someone out to restore you.
Can you give those numbers again? Just.
Yeah, the phone number to call to get restored if you're back home, 1-800-427-2200.
The robot is answering.
And for gas company, I mean electric company?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we have restored about 7,629 people in the area.
Do you have a phone number for them to call if they?
We'll get that.
Okay. After the meeting, we'll have a conversation with SCE over to the side.
Because we have
All right.
actually a website, and so.
All right. Let's move on to the next person by name, please.
As Denisha Larson, Woolsey fire victim, just in the hills above here. We lost 450 homes out of 1,000, and we were number 8 to return with, certificate of occupancy. It was 5 months before our debris was cleared. We had to have our debris cleared before we could even start the process of figuring out what kind of foundation we were at. And when they're talking about like kind, they're talking about fitting the footprint. And so what we did to fit our footprint is look around to modular homes that are built in a factory and get delivered to your property. Boom. We were in 2 years, less than 2 years, and that's something for people to consider. We were number 8, like I said, out of 450 homes, but there's only 250 right now that's built and finished in our area. So many people have not come back. Okay, my biggest point here is that I'm a part of the community emergency response team. I spent the time at the pier helping people get their gear to come back into Rambla Pacifica, Las Flores area, and at the very end I stood there and told them, listen, I spent 5 months going into my debris getting toxic shock. I got very, very sick. The most important thing I want all of you to remember, and please, all of you up there, tell the people, wear Tyvek suits, cover your body, wash your clothes, do not get in contact with it, don't sweep. We had a commander-in-chief yesterday tell us, oh, take a broom, clean up your own stuff. Please, do not do that. Protect your health. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, could you make a comment, or if there's a comment to be made about being in the exact same footprint? Is there some consideration for that?
Absolutely. Just to clarify, so under the Coastal Act, under the governor's order, and under the city's local coastal program, the caveat is that you should be in substantially the same area as the previous location. Now, under the governor's order, which provides some additional, let's say, expansiveness from what's under the local coastal program, we have some discretion. And so the wording is substantially the same location. And so we're going to coordinate with the city and try to make sure that if there are questions that come up, we're going to work through those as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, could I just give the phone number for folks? So
Sure.
if you are back in your home and you don't have a door hanger, you can call 1-800-250-7339. Thanks.
Okay. All right, the next.
Hi, Natalia Pizarro. I just have to say it's not going to take long. Sorry. So honestly, I've been here since 4 o'clock. I live down the street. It'll take 1 minute. I promise that it'll be 1 minute. Listen. So can we just find some accountability and some honesty for why you guys are denying the brush clearing for the goats and for the prescribed burns? What is going on, and what is the plan as of today from the CAL FIRE department or from the city? What is the plan today moving forward? What do we have ready for the rest of Malibu? What are we doing to save the rest of Malibu? And like, what is the plan for the cleanup from the Franklin fire? Where's the accountability from the fire on November 6th? It's literally just sitting there covered in ash. What are we doing? What are you guys doing? What is the plan today? Do we have a plan? That's all I want to know. Can somebody answer the question?
If you're asking for brush clearance, we don't have a change of plan because of the rules that are in place right now. We're going to have to get the rules changed for everything from MRCA, ESHA, and so forth. I will tell you that the legislature is open-minded on this. We've already had some discussions about it, but the reason why we haven't had different brush clearance is because of the restrictions that are there. And I don't know if I think the chief made a good comment about it, that it's something that we need to do, and we realize that that should be done. But in terms of what we have done previously, we've complied with the laws that are out there.
I have not explored all the rules dealing with goats, but Western Malibu had goats. I went to the running of the goats that they had there. I'm just saying.
And the motion was denied in 2020 by
Okay, I do not know, all I'm saying is they do have goats, they've been able to use them. We'll spend some time trying to figure out, because I agree that's something we should be doing, so.
Yeah. We definitely want to look at it, and there's a receptive body at the state legislature, and I know the fire department and others want to look at it as well. But there's been.
Look at it. Let's make a plan. I will stay here till 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's make a plan. Can we do that? We didn't learn from Woolsey. Can we do that? Just make a plan. It's very simple.
Okay, we hear you, and believe me, it's.
I definitely hear you. Let's make a plan. Let's talk about it. Maybe come Monday night, because we have everybody else here. But I love goats. I totally support goats. I think that brush clearance, we're all in support of all of these things. So come back Monday night. I heard you for sure.
Okay. Who's our next named speaker? Do we have anybody else?
I'm going to, the last 3 names of our registered speaker lists, Mariam Marquez, Steve Wiseman, Skylar Peak. If you're in the audience, please come to the mic. Mariam Marquez, Steve Wiseman, Skylar Peak.
Please identify your name, please.
My name is Skylar Peak. I'm a planning commissioner for the city of Malibu, former mayor a couple
Can
times.
you speak up a little bit, Skylar?
Yep, my name's Skylar. I know a lot of you guys out there. I just want to thank all of you for participating in the Unified Command and the ICS system for helping to put our city back together. I'm a brigade member with a lot of these guys over here, and it makes my bones shake the way that they did during the Woolsey fire, and the fact that you guys are having to sit in the same seat that I did. But I just want to know that this town is a community of love, and we got the smartest people in the room to put it back together. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, we've gotten all the people that have signed up. We'd ask if anybody else wants to come forward, please identify your name, and let's try and keep it to 1.5 minutes. We've got some time constraints here on some of these people.
Sorry,
Go ahead, please.
Mayor Doug. I just wanted to speak on behalf of those of us that signed up with the firefighters. Somehow it didn't get entered into the system, like the QR code, so many of us were here far in advance, but it never got integrated. So somehow Jefferson and Craig and I and anybody else who signed up with the firefighter on the iPads, we've been here for at least an hour beforehand. So please let us speak.
Oh, we're going to let you speak. There's no
Okay.
problem about that. We just need to know who you are.
Okay, thank you.
We're not denying anybody an opportunity to speak.
Raise it up just a bit, thanks.
But do try to stay within 1.5 minutes, please. And if it's just to talk to the city council, let's do it for Monday night. If it's for our experts, please go ahead.
Thank you. Jefferson Wagner, I did sign up at between 3:15 and 3:30 with the firefighters out front on the E-pad. I was confirmed. Sorry. I will take 1.5 minutes starting now. Jefferson Wagner, once again, I sat at the home where you are right now, Doug, 6 years ago for the Woolsey fire. Darrell Osby was the chief at the time. He took a lot of hits and arrows. I believe that Chief Maroney has done a great job taking those arrows and slingshot shots and everything that's thrown at the fire defenders. It was a unified incident command. We saw people from all over the United States come here that don't understand brushland fires, but they still went at it. They did the best they could, so I thank them for that. Moving on, the disappointment with a lot of people that has been mentioned this evening, and that's why I'm going to speak to SCE. I've created a map here. I also created a map when I was at council and the mayor for an evacuation route, which is adopted by the city and is used today based upon the TSEP concept. So ours is 113, 112, 111, wherever you are. That has not been done by SCE. I created a new map right here. I'll bring it to the hot wash when you have SCE in the hot seat, and I'll present it to SCE. You folks don't have anything like this on your maps. Where the sequence are, latitude and longitude on the streets names with your zones, whether it's the McGuire zone, the Tuna zone, Galahad, whatever, you haven't done that yet. We need you to do that. I will share this with you. Just on the incident command, this is my last moment. I still got a couple seconds. I want to let you know that I verified all of what I did. Hold on.
Thank you, Jefferson.
Those are incident command notes and this assignments given out by the incident people. You can read them. I have them from day one. I turned off almost 60 water meters on my own throughout the fire on PCH and some of the hillsides. The reason your water pressure went down is because many of the homes that burned and collapsed sheared their 3/4-inch water mains, and they remained on because Department of Public Works or District 29 didn't have the personnel or the wherewithal. And I'm sorry to yell at you, Mark. You're good. We're friends, but we didn't have the personnel to turn it off. So I logged them, took a physical photo of each water meter that I turned off, and you notice the water pressure went back up after I turned off almost 60. That's what the problem was. The answer is in the hot wash. Last one on the insurance. You need to get Ricardo Lara here at our meeting so we can get this guy face to face. He is an insurance company puppet. You hear me? Insurance company puppet. You need to get him here and answer to these people who have lost their homes, as I did in the Woolsey fire. Right now, I'm the only person here in this room that's an elected person that lost his house in the Woolsey fire, and it's taken me 6 years to rebuild, and I know how to play the game. Keep your foundations. Don't let them trash them up. I kept 3/4 of my foundation, and that moved my house to only 6 years to rebuild. Thank you.
Okay, who's next, please?
Thank you, Jefferson. Craig Hill, Malibu City Planning Commissioner. I can corroborate Big Rocker's comments. Jefferson's right about the water loss. Steve Hudson, I agree with Reg Brown in treating Beach and Bluff separately. And city, we need local planners who know the LCP and who have institutional memory. A few things I haven't heard. Is it true that the wires from generators to pumps, a system designed for fire, were in PVC conduit which burned? Next, I was one of the few who fought the fire in Big Rock. I lost my family home of 55 years. I saved a neighbor's home, possibly limiting a chain reaction of houses, including Patty's, if she's still here. There's a bit in the Topanga New Times. When I was done, I passed under the wire at the bottom of the hill that kept the fire department from coming up. There's a photo of that wire going around. Look at it. They're not necessarily that, but there appears to be evidence of gross negligence in several areas. Let's be bold about getting to the bottom of it and litigating it to the extent warranted. You know, we want to be polite, but LA City Fire Department dropped several balls in their prep and initial response. County did much better. You guys did much better. As for Edison, the way the wires blocked the fire department access to Big Rock suggests that that point in their system was designed to fail. If any of Big Rock could have been protected, that would have slowed the fire's progress further to the west. So what, if anything, can the city and or the county be doing to coordinate with third-party investigators and attorneys? Even if you have to put in legal firewalls to prevent conflicts of interest, we need you guys all working together. And just broadly, we don't need defensive speeches now. What we need is to hear how we're being taken care of and how we'll do better next time.
Who's next, please?
My name is Robert Matano. I want to say, first of all, that the early Spanish explorers referred to California as evergreen. We have an opportunity from Santa Monica to Malibu and beyond to create a green belt. It's not going to do us any good to wait for that the scar areas to return to what they were before. We need to bring back the indigenous California plants, especially the grasses, but also trees, bushes, fungi, cacti, and maybe I'm forgetting some other things that we need to bring those back. It's our opportunity to create not a green belt of 100 yards, but a green belt of 3-5 miles, not only here in this area, but in the entire coast. We need to bring back the native grasses. California was once evergreen from San Diego to Eureka. We need to return to an evergreen California. Thank you so much for listening.
Who's next, please?
Ani Dermajian, 30 plus years in Malibu, 26 years of it, resident of Big Rock. I'm here to say, unfortunately, communication failed. I live in Big Rock, and around 5 p.m., the police made an announcement on the street via loudspeakers for mandatory evacuation. 2 hours later, by 7 p.m., our neighbors saw our home in flames. Regrettably, I didn't see one single fire truck on our street, nor in our neighborhood. As I was evacuating, I remembered a 90-year-old lady that lives in La Costa and doesn't drive. I stopped by her home, and to my surprise, she had no idea about the fire and refused to believe it was on its way to La Costa. She had not been notified about the mandatory evacuation. I then drove to Duke's parking lot to see if I can have a fireman assist me, and to say to the fireman, can you please keep an eye on her? Fireman replied and said, we do not force anyone to evacuate. Since she couldn't drive, I returned to her house and insisted she leave with me. Unfortunately, both her house and mine were lost, but we are both alive. Moving forward, real quickly, please, please ensure better communication and emergency alerts are in place, especially for non-drivers and those who may not be technologically connected. Thank you so much for listening.
Who's next, please?
Good evening. My name is Leah Johnson. Thank you so much for being here, for offering us your help and your support, so much needed at this time. I'm a Malibu resident for 35 years, and we lost our family homes in the Palisades fires here in Malibu. They were built in 1960s, and my question is, I have several questions. One of them is, under the new, will you require new building codes under the new standard? Because the house was performing very well through many fires, except it collapsed and it burned down to the ground at these Palisades fires. And so the reason I'm asking is because we are on a geological sensitive area, and the house doesn't, I'm not sure if it has caissons or not. It's on a slab, single story. So if you do require caissons or other things, we may not be able to rebuild. And that would be a tragedy. Secondly, I just got 3 bills. I thought I would faint reading them. And in fact, they were on this house that burned down. The water bill came at $3,550. And Mr. Waterworks, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I'm begging you to please waive that, because what we found out was that every single water pipe, every single PVC melted in the fire. So there's no way we can pay that. SoCal Gas, I got a bill for $2,060 of SoCal Gas. Do the math. Now we're almost to $6,000. Edison, Miss Edison, I got a bill for $788. I'm like ready to lose my mind. Like, how could this even be? So I'm begging, please waive all of these bills, because there's no way we can pay them. And it's as a result of these fires. We never had this situation. And in the month of December, the house was empty because our family went out of town for the holidays. So nobody was even there, and we got these astronomical bills. Secondly, during the power shutoff of the 9 days, we had no water, no heat, no internet, no TV. It was very, very difficult to live there. And the communication, what we got from Southern California Edison was I got a notification on my cell phone. I was not able to make phone calls. We did not have cell reception. I did not know where the fires were, how were the fires, if there were fires. I heard from other people, neighbors and stuff, but we were completely in the dark. And the notification from SCE said, go to the SCE website for more information. How would I go to SCE website when I don't have internet? I couldn't make a phone call. I had to drive from Malibu to Agora Hills to get reception and to charge my cell phone somewhere at a coffee shop there because there was no power anywhere in Malibu. So the notification system has to work better. Don't just, please, do not send us to websites when we have no internet and no power, because it's useless. There's no way for us to go anywhere on any website during the power shutoff. And I understand that it's necessary to shut off the power to prevent, further losses, but there were days when we had absolutely calm weather, no winds, and the power was still shut off for days. I couldn't shower for 8 days. And I was afraid to leave Malibu because I thought if I leave Malibu, I cannot come back because, there were barricades everywhere. And then...
Ma'am, we need to let the other speakers come forward. And you've got a question posed to the 3 utility companies. Perhaps they can give an answer to you.
Thank you. And one last thing very quickly. We lost another home in the Woolsey fire. It took us 5.5 years, almost 6 years, to rebuild that house. I hope it's not going to be the case this time, not just for me, but for all these wonderful Malibu residents and Palisades residents who are in the same boat and lost their properties. Thank you so much for everything you'll do for us.
If I could have Edison and gas company and maybe Waterworks. Okay, go ahead.
We have waived bills, so for those for those residents whose homes were destroyed, you don't need to pay that bill. You should have gotten a notification, but we'll follow up.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, likewise for SoCalGas, you will not receive a bill for the time you've been shut off. Thank you. Is there a question for water?
Yeah, similar to the water. We would be really, if your house is burned down, I would say don't pay the bill. If you just happened to get a bill just now, I would say hold on the bill until we analyze, the overcharge that we created for you. Yep.
Okay. Who's next, please?
Ron Levy from Sunset Mesa. Apologize up front for this cough. It is from the smoke, so I'm not going to get anybody sick here. I'm in Sunset Mesa, outside of the city, but in the county jurisdiction. 75% of the homes are burned to the ground. I'm not going to ask for a time frame, but I am going to ask about the process that will allow me and others to move back in whose homes didn't burn. I need to have an idea of what has to happen to allow us to move back in. Waiting for the utilities, that's a given. However, I am unclear on what stage the neighboring homes or possibly greater neighborhood needs to clear to allow us to repopulate it. Is it any time? Is it stage 1 or after stage 2? Or do the surrounding burnouts have no impact on us moving back in, and can we just move back in when we have utilities?
So LA County Public Works is your building official, and that's one of my titles, Sunset Mesa. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm very familiar with your neighborhood. I think I permitted half those houses up there when I was the building official for LA County. I visited your neighborhood, and I'm very aware, walked it and talked to a few of you. If we have not lifted the evacuation warning yet, the first step is for the repop to happen. We have been, at the table with fire and sheriff and CAL FIRE about your repopulation. What typically we're doing is examining the safety of the road system, the utility system for you to enter it, and so there isn't unsafe conditions there. As the building official, I have a vote at that table. What I've been pushing for is just that the utilities are safe. We have been repopulating some people without power and water. It's inconvenient for many people to be back of their power and water, but it's doable if you're willing to, not have water, not have power, and go on the side.
Sure.
So you would be making a choice, though, to go in to live in a house that's surrounded by ash and debris, and there are health hazards to consider with respect to living in a neighborhood that is in that condition. I'm currently doing that myself right now. The health department has very specific standards they'd like you to follow when you're living in that area. It's PPE when you're outside, air, and also getting the filters in your HVAC system changed so that you would eliminate the smoke and silt in the house. There's also going to be a lot of dust when we have wind events. So it's something we're kind of cautioning you about, but I totally understand why you want to get back up there and maintain your home if it hasn't burned down.
Two comments just to keep in mind as you're even navigating this process, and that is, I'm anxious to be able to make my own decision to go in as you just described, so I thank you for that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we are still considered a total loss now because we can't use the home. So if it's left up to myself to move into, in my example, my home, I'm not sure how that affects the total loss part of it. So I want to be conscientious of that. I don't have the answer to that.
Yes.
I just have the question.
Yeah, I mean, all the houses up there that are standing and the ones that are down have been given a designation of red, yellow, or green tags. There are no green tags if we found it in the state that it didn't need any warning need to be given. So I'm not sure of the state of your specific structure, but we can talk with you offline and get your address. And we are posting those, and actually our building and safety department is keeping those, records of which ones have been red tagged. Calling the local building and safety offices, they will have the record of the status as far as occupancy. And then on the insurance issue, yeah, that is not something we can tell you. Each insurance company seems to have their own take on that. But we can be helpful in terms of like what the status of the property is. You may want a red tag actually, but let me know. Please, maybe sidebar. I can take your address and we can get that out.
Fabulous.
This is a critically important issue, and the community needs to understand this. The building code doesn't deal, as I understand it, with the after effects of a wildfire in terms of health and safety, other than if the building itself is impaired. And there are serious health consequences to living in a burn zone. We're just beginning to learn of all of the health side effects of these urban wildfires. This is a major issue that needs to be understood and further developed. And the insurance companies are going to tell you, go back to your house is fine. Your house is not fine. Your neighborhood is not fine. You need to understand this, and you need to get the help of health professionals and environmental professionals, because the insurance companies are taking the position that if your house did not burn, once the fire is over, you're fine. And the building code doesn't address this. This is a separate issue that the state needs to address.
Okay. And I think, as the director said, conversations separately afterwards, but I think your issue for Sunset Mesa is true for the people in Topanga and elsewhere. So
yes.
Not the city of Malibu, but definitely our neighbors, and we want to make sure that you're helped as much as we can.
Thank you.
Who's next, please?
Hi there. My name is Julie Kalsheim Gunn. I am a homegrown Malibu resident. My mom's been here for 55 years, in Sunset Mesa also, and I have very similar questions, so I'll try to keep it really brief. Her house, miraculously, our house survived, but it's surrounded by devastation, the house behind, the house across, and I guess my question is kind of for EPA and the Army Corps, a couple things specifically, and then maybe insurance for another day, and I'd love to have a separate moment offline with you guys the way you offered him. How do homes survive, deal with our landscaping that is up against homes that are gone to a certain degree? When you talk about the 6 inches of soil, do we need to pull ours out? If I've got a house right behind me and there's this aura of a foot or so, like, what do we do for ours? The insurance companies are basically saying, Windex and a sponge, you guys can go back. And my mother's 85, she can't live there, I can't live, we can't go back. And even an HVAC system, I don't think it was originally, it was only a heating thing. It doesn't have the filter system to pull from outside. These are old homes that never even needed air conditioning. So we're in a screwy situation, and I need your help to talk, whether it's the environmental and the health people, to talk to the insurance companies and say, we can't move in now. She can't move in. It's not safe. There's toxins and ash. And how long do you think until it is safe to move in while everything is being cleared around, because that's being kicked up for months and years?
So that's a multi-part question, and I think I like your recommendation. This is probably one where we need to take your information. We'll get a team together and we'll meet with you and talk about it. There's certain authorities that I have under that FEMA has given me in this thing that allows me to do some things. Again, I think I said it earlier, we do debris removal in the wet, right? So we tailor our technique so we keep the dust at a minimum, knowing that there are people in the periphery that have moved back into their homes. So I would encourage you to reach out to the public health agencies. You have to assess your risk. We will do everything we can to keep that down, but I think this is probably a good topic we could take for your specific case, and maybe have a side conversation about it.
Thank you.
Who's next, please? And please give your name.
Carl Randall, and I did sign up with the firefighters. So the first little piece I want to talk about is a little more emotional, and then I'm going to try and quickly get to constructive. So to the firemen, my family's lived on Lost Forest Beach, the fire chief, for over 70 years. And I stood on my roof in 1993 with hoses with my father, and as the fire approached, we had 8 engines in front of the house. It was clear with rock stars full of them, rock star firefighters, we were going to be fine. We ran, we got the hell out. On that Tuesday night, my mother's 90th birthday on January 7th, I stood on the roof and I waited for the firefighters to come. They never came. And I fought for an hour and a half after the fire went through. Most homes were still there. One home caught on fire, and one down the way finally caught on fire, and I had to leave. As I drove away, on my left, a house on fire with a neighbor dead inside. On the right, with a neighbor dead inside. And 100 yards later, there were 40 fire engines full of rock stars sitting in the Duke's parking lot. So, done with that behavior. First, I would like to make a comment on something simple. Fences, guys. Before the public comes in, we need to be allowed to put up some fences around our properties. Again, we're on the beach. So I'm kind of here to speak for the underrepresented, maybe 500 homes on the beach between, mostly specifically from my end, from Dukes all the way to Topanga. Most of these homes were built between 1920 and 1950. And so my next comment is really to Steve Hudson. I'm glad you're back. Your missive that you sent out a few days after the governor said we were going to be fine said conforms to local zoning requirements, which scares me to death. Most of those homes, I said, are 80 to 100 years old. How do we conform to local zoning requirements? Every house in that zone is going to have the mean high tide line underneath them. So what I'm asking of you is, will you commit to not demanding we have $3 million worth of caissons under our houses? Otherwise, there will be no home in Malibu from Dukes to Topanga. Can't happen. So I need you to speak to that, and you might want to include some of the local residents who live on those beaches and understand specifics. I don't know if everybody's aware, there's pretty big high tides Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We have seawalls that could be repaired. Some have minor injuries, some have major injuries, but allow us access to fix them. Another part, if we are going to have $3 million caissons underneath, I'm asking FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers, will you get involved? Will FEMA help support us with a financial situation which is unbearable and undoable? And following that up, FEMA has built levees and a variety of things and walls around the country. Would they build a continuous seawall for that part of town to make that usable for that part of town? I think that's about it. Oh, to the Army Corps, you talked about getting us involved, and I think it's ROEs. I can tell you, I can give you about 40 people in my neighborhood would do it, but that we would need to have a commitment from you that you'd be willing to consider certifying any usable foundations, certifying any usable septic tanks, and certifying seawalls if you can. So those are important things, and that at least from my area, I think everybody would jump on board. Thank you.
So one thing that I'd like to say before the Army Corps of Engineers answers the rest of the questions, I haven't heard anyone ask about assistance from FEMA for rental assistance or hotel lodging or any of those things. And if for some reason your insurance company isn't providing you with alternate living arrangements, ALE, that's something that you can get from us. And so don't look at the small grant amount that we're able to provide and think that maybe it's not going to be beneficial at all. The rental assistance that we provide is outside of the grant amounts that we provide, either for home repair or other needs assistance. And so that could be a stopgap for you while you're waiting to be able to get into your home. So I'd encourage you to apply for assistance with FEMA. We also have a clean and sanitize amount that we offer to individuals who need to start that cleaning process. It's not a lot, it's $300, but it's something to help you to start that process. And I'll turn it over to Army Corps.
Yes, sir. So thank you for that question. Again, a multi-part question. We will have, if as you consider signing up for the ROE, we will have the discussion. Again, you're a side, right? You're a coast-side, so we want to, our coastline. So we want to have a discussion about, you know, how the program works, what it would look like for you. In terms of the coastal protection and the seawalls, under the FEMA authorities that I have for this recovery operation, it generally wouldn't cover a seawall repair. It covers fire ash debris caused by the incident. Now, I need to review with my colleague, who's the LA District Commander of the Corps, on what his authorities are for coastal protection under flood control and coastal authorities that he has, coastal evacuation authorities he has. My district's in the Midwest, so I deal with different types of flooding on rivers. I just need to confer with him on what authorities he may have. And I also need to work with the Director of Public Works, who likely knows the answer to those questions because he's been here for 38 years and is nested with the Corps of Engineers on those specific issues. But I'm happy to get your number and we'll have a follow-up conversation. Part of it's with FEMA, it's an eligibility piece, but we're all in it to win it, right? We want the end state is for each resident to have the fire ash debris removed from their property, for the public health threat to be removed, and ultimately it's my personal goal for everyone to be able to be back on their lands in a new home where they can build their lives and livelihoods. So that's my commitment to you, and I'll pass it over maybe to the director or Steve.
Thank you. I'm happy to jump in and ask or answer those questions that were directed to the commission, especially regarding foundation systems on the beach. Now, under the Coastal Act and under the city's local coastal program, of course, replacement of structures, any structure that has been damaged by a disaster could be replaced with up to that 10% addition, and that includes foundation systems. And that like for like can include new materials. So if there was a timber soldier pile system or caisson grade soldier pile system, that could be potentially replaced with a caisson grade beam system. It could be potentially allowed under the exemption provision that's in the city's local coastal program now. Now that system will be implemented by the city. The city will be reviewing those exemption applications and making determinations on when a coastal development permit may be required. And so we're going to be in a support role for the city, and we're going to be meeting with them. If there are unique circumstances, then we're committed to working quickly to find those. The question I heard, though, was would we require that you put in a more expensive foundation system or caissons? And I'm going to answer that question first from the position of the Coastal Commission, but the city may have a bit more to add as well. Under the governor's order, those local zoning requirements are not a requirement for the purpose of a coastal development permit or an exemption under the coastal process. But the governor's order, my understanding is, did not waive local government zoning requirements. And quite frankly, those are there for a good reason. It's there to ensure that new structures are built back in a safe manner. And so that process, as the city reviews those applications and ensures that new structures meet the applicable safety requirements, and how that fits into the exemption process, we hope that the plan is for that to go smoothly, and we're going to work very closely with the city to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Steve, but I'm also aware, oh, sorry. I apologize.
I was going to ask Steve, if you could maybe make a comment about emergency repairs of those seawalls. Is there?
Of course. There's a process now under the city's local coastal program for an emergency permit if there are any repairs. Now, some repairs, some activities such as the debris clearance is covered under the exemption provisions and under the governor's emergency order. If there's additional work that is not covered, and such as and replacement of a seawall could fall under that disaster exemption, and the city would be doing the review for those sorts of more simple repairs. If there is a more complex situation that requires quick action and the city determines that it would not fall under that exemption, the city has the ability to issue an emergency permit application. And again, we will be ready to support the city and work out any potential problems that arise.
Thank you. Okay. All right, who's next as a speaker?
I would like to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to recommend something on the seawall construction, the absolutely unique homes along that stretch of the beach, which I can appreciate. I was here in '93 too. That was my first fire that I encountered as a public official. I actually recommended recommending all folks with in neighborhoods that if possible, that you work with the other property owners along the line there to do, as you suggested, a combined reconstruction and also debris removal program, which would allow the Colonel and I to actually design the cleanup there, because you're going to have very specific technical cleanup there, leaving behind the useful portions of the foundation. And I think it's a three-party thing. And then, as mentioned, the district commander local has some authorities that may come into play in terms of aiding you, or at least advising in the construction or reconstruction of this. And then, of course, we've got to work with the local building official for the permitting. So I think this is a special meeting. We talked about this, Colonel and I talked about this, is that throughout the area there will be unique situations like this that are best done as a combined sort of public works project. And we're very happy to sit down with you and the other owners to sort of plan through how we do this in a proper way that, you know, saves the value of what you've got still there, while at the same time looks at maybe resiliency being built into for you into the reconstruction. So my commitment is to sit down with that group of homeowners. I think what we would love to see from you is, if you can't gather them, maybe or maybe not, how well you get along with each other, but
I have them gathered already.
Okay, that's
and we are, of the 40 homes, about 36 have one continuous seawall.
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, we need to sit down. I'll work with Yolanda and Rob, and we'll bring Colonel Baker into the fold and sit down have a special meeting with you about that situation.
Okay, so I would say many of these repairs could be done quickly with literally a little bit of plywood for about a third of them, and would stop it from going away. Some of them are more extensive and a couple of them are hopeless. If we can have an impact soon, I just let you guys know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I would suggest the Army Corps, the Colonel who hasn't seen it, just go down at low tide on Monday. You'll see what it's going to look like, and there will be debris headed out to sea. And we fortunately don't have any kind of a storm surf coming Monday. But if we have that, the seawalls will fail. Our properties will go away. You will also have an environmental fiasco with it all going in the ocean. And the follow-up is, our houses, we have the seawall, we have some level of foundation, and then it's PCH. And if it goes through that, PCH will be complex.
Carl, I'm going to interrupt you here for a second. So I think I'm going to make sure that the relevant parties all speak this evening, so that we can get a short-term solution to make sure that the areas are protected, and then once debris removal happens, a secondary thing also.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where you guys need to get together right after the meeting and touch base.
Yeah, I know Caltrans is also interested in this issue too, because there's stability issues as well.
Okay. All right, who's next, please?
Howard Rudsky. First, I'd like to thank everybody that's here tonight for everything you guys are doing. Yeah, and a special thanks to Captain C2 and Chief, the fire chief, I'm sorry, Anthony, I'm blanking on your last name, Maroney. These guys are just superheroes. It's like he first did the Franklin fire, then he got tasked with cleaning up LA's issue. I don't want to use legal terms, but they put him in a precarious position. Then he had to come defend us, and I don't know, 2 or 3 others. So I just want to say these guys are unbelievable, and we owe them a great debt of gratitude. And to everyone that lost their home, we're Malibu strong. We will figure it out, and hopefully we can do a better job than Woolsey and get everyone back, because the people that we lost, they're crucial to our culture. Thank you.
Okay. Who's next, please?
Jane Albrecht. I'm just going to make toss out 2 ideas that haven't gotten mentioned tonight on top of many other important ideas. One is, after the Woolsey fire, I was able to do a study. I was able to talk to Fire Chief Osby and Daryl Osby, Fire Chief Williams, many of the deputy chiefs, CAL FIRE, and even Cal OES. What became very apparent is for 20 to 30 years, and we're still being affected by this, our elected officials have not given our fire departments enough firefighters, enough equipment. And the suggestion in that report was to establish a professional California Fire Reserve Corps, or you can call it the Disaster Corps. This would be the most efficient way to bring on a lot of equipment and firefighters for what we need. It would consist of a force of about 23,000. There would be units attached to every house in the state. I will recirculate that proposal, and Chief Maroney, if you would be so kind, when things calm down, I'd love to discuss it with you again. There was genuine interest in it by Cal Fire. In fact, they suggested it be part of Cal OES. I will toss it out. We don't have time for more. The second thing is, I think you guys are going to probably do a great job at waiving the permits. I think the single thing that's going to be hardest for people to rebuild is going to be financial. The other thing is the impact on our businesses this time, I think, is going to be far worse. I'll make it quick. I think in order to keep what businesses that can survive and to help new ones come in that want to take the risk, I think the federal government and the California government and the county government is going to have to seriously consider a 3 to 5 year income tax and real estate tax moratorium. I've already sent that proposal to Brad Sherman. When you look at the total number of people affected, we've got 40 million Californians, we've got 330 Americans. The number of people that would qualify for this exemption is not going to hurt budgets. But I don't see any other way, and again, we can discuss it in more depth, how we're going to help businesses survive and come back, and individuals get through this. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, and thank you for calling out the community brigade. Because one of my first actions when I became fire chief in March of '23 was to approve them. I trust and believe in the community brigade and the people sitting behind me, and we need to do it in more areas because we don't have enough firefighters. That's
right.
Correct.
I would just add to that, thank you. Add to that this is not instead of the community brigades, this is in addition. So yes, but I didn't propose this earlier because I figured you guys had a little bit on your hands fighting the fire. But we appreciate the opportunity to take this up again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next, please?
Hi, everybody. My name is Tommy Sidarian. I just want to say thank you to everybody.
Can you speak up a little bit?
This is better. Hi. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for being here on both sides of the aisle. I just have a creative idea I want to throw out there. Money is going to fix certain things, but I think something more meaningful is the community coming together. What I see in front of me is a handful of people I could trust that are amazing leaders with a huge following, and I just want to thank you. And I want to see if we could bring us together. We don't need to hire a bunch of people. Throw shovels, give people soaps, give them the masks, and be like, hey, give them something to fight for. Put them in front of them and be like, hey, we'll be here on Tuesday. You want to save this scenario? Come, let's be part of the solution. And I think that's what some of us are hungry for. Right now, we're kind of displaced. We don't know what we're doing next, but I know all of us are trying to help, regardless of how the message is coming across, and I know we all have the same mission. And I think the best way to do that is doing it together, like literally. Bring everybody you know, bring your family, bring your friends. Let's do this together and build a culture of like what the future is going to look. And I think that's going to be the most beautiful Malibu I want to be part of. So just want to see if that could be part of the solution as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Who's next, please?
I think I'm last.
No, there's somebody behind you.
No, Cynthia.
Cynthia, okay.
Yes, yes.
I can't see, I just want you to know, we can't see much what's in front of us out
Oh,
here.
thank y'all so much. Channing Frickman, resident and pediatrician, volunteer at the Disaster Relief Center at the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu. So a huge advocate of our children and families, and just hearing what you're sharing tonight, how we can love our neighbors and help all of those in this Malibu Strong community that are hurting so deeply get through this. So I just want to say thank you and God bless you all, honorable city and county, state and federal leaders and representatives, Malibu mayor and city council members, city staff and local media who have been caring and advocating tirelessly for us in the midst of losing your own homes, friends, and sacred city. The chaplains, pastors, rabbis, and faith-based leaders, and the heroic firefighters and first responders, community fire brigade, sheriff's department, arson watch, CERT. I could go on forever with our entire Malibu Strong family for your miraculous, life-saving investment, sacrifices, service, and callings for Malibu and the kingdom. While still in shock and in fight or flight mode like everyone here, devastated for the Malibu family's losses and grief, I have holy chills and inexpressible gratitude just being here with all of you. I wish I could hug everyone and just tell you how much we're praying for you. I'm going to fast forward here because really my main thing is about those that have chronic medical conditions, disabilities, our seniors, special needs, those that are vulnerable, and those that died in the fire. For those reasons, and as well as the communication access issues, we need to never let that happen again. We're in the process of establishing a Malibu medical brigade, kind of like the fire brigade. So I'll meet with y'all on Monday at the city council meeting, and I hope that we can have a moment of silence for all those that were the most vulnerable in our society that we love and lost in these fires. And finally, I just wanted to say that our church and community signed this banner in gratitude for all of our heroes, and I just want to present that to the captains and chiefs and all of you in the City of Heroes at Zuma Beach that have saved our lives and our community to the extent that you have, given these unimaginable circumstances. I love you all, and just thank you so much.
All right, I think we've reached the end of our speakers, and I want to very quickly say thank you very much to everybody for attending. Those of you that know the Malibu City Council history, 5-hour meetings are not unusual. But more than anything else, this is an opportunity for our local residents to speak with you. Some of you, I've asked SCE if maybe we can see if anybody wants to talk to SCE. We'll meet right here in the center at the bottom of the stage. I'll be down there. And if anybody wants to do one-on-ones, I'd ask you to stick around for just a few minutes. So with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. We'll see you Monday night, 5:30, Malibu City Council meeting.
Thanks for coming out, man. Yeah. I live in the Palisades, so thank you for all you do.